and welcome to the broadcast here on July 23rd, 2025. The year's half over. We're ready to second half. All right, first half of 2025, I think you all agree, it's a bust. It's a bust. It's an L. It's a do-over. It's a wash. We chalk it. Second half, we rally. We boot and we rally. Okay? And that's what we're going to do. Atrioc, if I buy an Enron hat, does it come with that fake hair or do I have to attach it myself? It's very nice of you to say I have hair, whether you think it's fake or not. Most people say I don't even have any hair. So I appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Ambient 47. I'll take the compliments where I can get them. Thank you for the 40 months. Squeaks called you a snake on stream. Squeaks is lashing out because he legitimately flaked on me. I'm telling you that right now. I flew out to New York and he wanted to sit inside and play Counter-Strike. That's a new shirt, looks new. I don't have to answer that question. You think you know a guy, right? And then when it comes to going to Chili's, their true character comes out. I was thinking this year was a shining example of a good, well-informed political decisions. What can anyone possibly criticize the last 6 months? Well, I was talking more about personally. I feel like everyone here is like, they probably had New Year's resolutions going into the year. And now that we're 6 months in, where are you on these resolutions? Where are you? Just give me because maybe it's time to chalk it and start again. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe we do a 6 months restart. Do you do New Year's resolutions? I do actually. I do actually do some sort of New Year's resolutions. I generally just try to have like a goal for a year. I like to have yearly goals, yeah, of some sort. The problem for me this year is that this is not a humble brag. It's actually a bad thing, but I hit my goals too early. Maybe I set the goals too easy. I don't know. I hit the goals too early, and then I just play Age of Empires now. I really focused at the beginning of the year, and then I hit my goals, and now it's like, I don't know what to do. But I guess I set some new ones. Suffering from success? Yeah, but literally suffering. Not like DJ Khaled on a yacht holding up money being like suffering from success. I'm like actually suffering because I feel aimless a bit. Yeah, I mean, my other goal was to get into the NBA, and that hasn't happened yet, knock on wood. Do you guys think, be honest with me, because I feel like sometimes you guys aren't honest with me and you joke around and you say mean things. Do you think I legitimately have a shot to get into the NBA if I really put my heart into it? Like right now. I'm younger than LeBron, just to be clear. Do you guys think if I really get out there on that court and I put in an hour a day of practice, that I could get into the NBA? Honestly, not Eastern European enough. Aren't you already on the Lakers? I swear I saw you. No, that's LeBron James. People get us confused a lot. Or Luka Doncic, who also I get confused with somehow. Same person. Don't quit your night job. Very funny. Very funny. But I could still do both. It's not crazy to think I could play in the NBA during the day and still stream geopolitical analysis at night. That's not crazy. That's not... Kyrie does it. Kyrie does it, and his analysis is pretty deep. The world is flat. That's crazy because the games are at night. I'll just put it in my contract that I can't play any night games because I don't want to miss the stream. Aren't there more NBA games in a season than nights you stream? I don't skip that many streams. I don't. I'm pretty consistently hit 5 days a week, which is a normal amount of time to do it. And then because I don't do 6, you guys freak out. I hit 5 days a week, okay? I don't stream Sundays, and then I have a flex day. But I'm alive for 5 days a week. I guess normal is the goal now. That's what I said, bro. I don't have goals. I don't have goals with the stream right now because I hit my goals. So I've been focusing on my goals for the podcast. Right? If I had a goal, then I would grind for it. Right now, I'm grinding Age of fucking Empires, to be honest. Dude, I gotta. You're definitely not averaging 5. I'm averaging 5. Okay, let's just fucking put it out there. I'm averaging 5. Let's not try to change the stats, okay? Let's not try to go fake news, Wall Street Journal, lying about Trump, fake news, fake media, Holly weird, okay? 5 days a week, average. And it's too hot in here. Bro, I open every stream by saying how hot it is in here and I have to turn the air on, but it's true. Boo. This work? Turn it on. This doesn't even work. Old man shirt? You wish you could rock this fucking shirt, dude. This is an incredible shirt. You just feel better about your day wearing this shirt. Okay? It's a nice, clean shirt. It goes well. It's fresh to death. You look like a lumberjack? I basically am, dude. There's no more blue-collar job in content creation than Twitch streamer. Okay? They're the lumberjacks of content creation. Pure YouTubers have it so easy, okay? But us Twitch streamers have to clock in. We have to fucking chop the trees. Streaming is harder than jacking lumber. I don't think they... Why is it called a lumberjack? They're not jacking the lumber. Yeah, we'll probably play Peak again. I had a good time, even though I was truly, horrendously, generationally bad at that game. Maybe I have to just fucking play it once offline or something. Get the skills back. But I had a good time. It was fun. Destrowing, thank you for the Prime. What do you think about the Nelk podcast with the Israeli Prime Minister? I think that their podcast and the guy that got Hunter Biden tried to scoop our Lena Conwink, dude. Everyone's talking about their guests. Glizzy, thank you for the list. Thank you for 22 months, Listo, dude. Atrioc, can we get more AoE 2? Maybe. I mean, I have a goal with AoE 2. I'm a goal-oriented person, bro. I set a goal, and then I just fucking lose my entire life until I hit it. And my goal for AoE 2, I don't even want to say it out loud because it's such a horrendously high goal that I probably can't hit it, and I'm going to give up on it. But I'm going to say it out loud. My goal was to get to 1,500, which is like absurd. 1,500 ELO, which is like absurdly high. It's like, I don't know what that is percentage-wise, but it's a few thousand people, maybe 1,000. I don't know, but what are you now? I'm bouncing around 1,200 and I fucking lose all the time. It's like 300 more ELO points. I'm bouncing on it. So I don't know that I could do it, but I do have the greatest player in the history of the game constantly talking to me in DMs. He is literally responding to every question I ask him. Doesn't matter the simplest fucking question. I ask him what hotkey this is. He's like, he recorded me a video. Dude, I legitimately asked him today. Yes. Wait, let me show you this. I'm not joking. It's crazy. I asked him how to fucking hotkey my villagers to kill the boar.
So you go lure your boar like normal.
And he made me this 23-second video on Discord.
Because then it shoots it, right? What you have to do is you garrison, you shoot a boar twice, and use this one. Set gather point, and then use the...
I'm getting fucking jumper tips from LeBron regularly. He's making me short videos of how to So if I can't get 1500, it's really on me, but it's just a hard game, dude. It truly is a hard fucking game. And if you're not a RTS gamer, you don't understand. You actually don't understand. I'm sorry to put you on blast. I'm talking to everybody under 30 here. But it's just a hard fucking game, dude. It literally is so goddamn hard. There's just too much thinking you got to do. He's sending vids so you can take credit when you make it. I mean, he should take some credit. He should take some credit. It's fucking, he's helping. I think part of the credit is my ability to run my head against the wall over and over and over until my brain finally learns something. But he is making it a lot easier to learn, I'll tell you that. Anyway, how's everybody doing? We got a pretty big day today, actually. Three things I'm really excited about. Well, not excited about them, to be clear. The fact that our president is almost certainly on the Epstein list is not something I'm deeply excited about, but it is a big news story. We have a bombshell report out of the Wall Street Journal. We have Tesla had their earnings report today. I want to go over that. And then, probably before we talk about all that, actually, and we'll get one of the two, at 7:20, 7:15, 7:20, in pretty soon, Isto is going to join us on stream and reveal the candidates for the next game after Get to Work. The next game that the Isto Inc. team will work on. And Chad is going to vote. We're going to have a live vote on what you think is the best. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that this vote is what is actually used, but it's important research data. Silk Song? You think the next game that Isto Inc. makes should be just Silk Song? Just steal the IP and finish it before them? It's not a bad idea. If any of you are authors, you should write a book called Dance with Dragons and just put it out. See, you'll probably get some sales. You can even, if it's a copyright thing, you could call it Dance with Dargans. Make it your own thing and then just release it, and somebody desperately will buy it. I'm only half kidding. You can make some money. you could sell a copy of that book, and that's free cash. I'm sorry, Winds of Winter. Yeah. Dance of Dragons is out. Hollow Knight Barter 6. Put it on eBay, no description. Yeah. Well, that's what they did. Remember people would, like right before the Switch 2 comes out, they would put fake Switch 2s on eBay. And then it's just a box that says Switch 2 on it or something. But it's an open auction, so it gets bid up by idiots. And you... Do people do that with stocks? Do what with stocks? I don't think you can do that with stocks. My dog. By the way, I talked to Linkus today, and he told me that the Donkey Kong game is good. He said it's as good as Mario Odyssey. That seems like incredibly high praise. But I'm going to be honest with you. When I look at it, it doesn't look fun. So I don't know what the problem is. Like, I watch it, and it doesn't look fun. Mario Odyssey looks fun. So what am I missing? Is it just... Yeah, maybe it looks too... Maybe it's the graphics or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It looks like every time they're playing, they're not doing cool platforming. They're just walking around smashing the ground. Somehow it looks boring, but I don't understand. Maybe I'm like, okay, let me give you a perfect example. Do you guys know in Mario Sunshine, those platforming levels? Mario Sunshine Worlds. What were they called? Mario Sunshine platforming levels. Yeah, these. Okay. Yeah, I want you guys to know what I'm talking about. In case you can't visualize it. Okay, these. Yeah, there's no nozzle. It's just pure platforming. Every time I see this or see someone play this, it makes me want to play it because it looks super fun. It just visually reads as very fun game. I know what my goal is. It's fun. It's challenging. It's okay. But when I look at Donkey Kong, I don't get that. I'm just telling you, I don't get it. I don't understand. Watch the DK Donkey video to see what you think. Okay. How long is it? Donkey. He's made 3? Oh, God. He really has made 3. Donkey Kong Bonanza, Donkey Kong Bonanza Second Impact, Donkey Kong Bonanza Frozen Zebra. He made 3 videos, 15, 17 minutes long. Wait, is this just a playthrough? Dude, what happened to Donkey? 5-minute video, super cut of game clips, him explaining why he likes it with jokes thrown in. What happened to that classic peak YouTube content? Is it just not profitable enough? Is that fucking... He started streaming? Dude, the algorithm comes for us all. Dunk views are over. He's got a kid. They were peak. It's like I don't really want to watch a 17-minute playthrough highlight, but I like Donkey's opinions. I think he's a true gamer, and he's very passionate about explaining why he likes a game. I guess he loves this game. He made 3 videos. He must love it. He must love it. W. Cranny, they were the 51 months, over half a century together. It's been so motherfucking real. W. Cranny, I'm so honored to have your 51-month sub that I'm not even going to point out that is not half a century. That's not 50 years. I'm going to just accept that as fact because you are a 51-month sub and I appreciate it. I sincerely do. W. Cranny, you've been around. You've been in the trenches. You've been through so many eras. And I appreciate that. So thank you for the long-term sub. Footstool is breaking. Okay. 100 months is a century? Well, there you go. I guess I'm wrong. Chad's proven me wrong. I just beat it. I'm the biggest Donkey Kong fan, and you are absolutely right when you say there's no platforming. The smashing is the entire gimmick and the gameplay. The game is way too easy. The story is nostalgia bait and drags on way too long. Shit! Okay, I knew I'd bring out some of the haters. I knew I could get some haters out here to tell me some truth. Okay? I knew it wasn't all sunshine. I feel like I'm walking through Pyongyang, dude, and they're only walking me through Main Street and everything looks nice. All the buildings are facades. Look at our beautiful new hotel. And then finally, like someone like, psst, look back here. And it's the dark underbelly, dude. The game just, I feel like my fundar it's not fundar is ringing when I watch it. Like, I feel like it's a game that I will play and be bored. But I could be wrong. I know that I could be wrong. I'm fully admitted that. Also, I will say this. Again, from my brief period watching, a couple people play. I watched Linkus today play it. When you get a banana and he goes, ooh, banana. That's satisfying. That's like really, that is good sound design. And it does make the game better. Like 100%. Like that. And it happens regularly. So that is good. It has so many cool moments. All right. I might fuck around and get it. Hey, are they re-releasing? This is a serious question, as opposed to my other non-serious questions. Are they re-releasing Tears of the Kingdom for Switch 2? Is that something I heard is happening? Because I think I would get a Switch 2 for that. Oh, they already did that. They did that. Oh, then I think I will get a Switch 2. And I think I will get Donkey Kong, and I think I will get Tears of the Kingdom. Because I have never played Tears of the Kingdom, and I told myself I would just wait till nobody cared about the game and I'd play it out of the blue. Because I do think I'd have fun playing it. You don't have one yet, Brokey. Yes, I'm too poor for it. That is why I don't have one. You caught me. I went and I tried to buy one, and they were like, okay, swipe your credit card. And I did, and they said declined. And I said, no, wait, can I try this one? And they were like, that one's declined too. And then I was like, wait, I'm sure I've got it. And then like, sir, you're holding up the line. And everyone behind me is like, yikes, bro. Yikes. It was actually really sad. And then I was like, well, can I pay with cash? And then I put out some bills, and they were like, this is not even close to how much this console costs. And I was like, wait, I have change. And then they're like, sir, this is getting embarrassing. So it was honestly a terrible day for me. And then when I was pulling the change out, it splattered all over the floor. I was like trying to pick up all the pennies off the ground. And then the lady behind me was like, tisk. And she didn't even like bother to help. And I was like, ma'am, it's just, it was a tough day. Anyway, so thanks for bringing that up. Millennial story time. I have paid for Blockbuster rentals in change. Get your hip checked, Dunk. That's crazy. What's crazy is so have I. So we're fucking millennials, bro. It's like so weird how much the world changed so quickly. Because when I was like, what, 11 or 12, I would bike to Blockbuster with allowance money and rent a game. And I would play it all weekend, and it'd be awesome. And then, like, it feels like the next day they were all gone, and no one ever did that again. It was cringe. It feels like literally it was like just one day that was something I did all the time, and then the next day it was like, nah. And then what the fuck is Blockbuster? It was so quickly. My dad used to burn Blockbuster DVDs same day and then return them and get his money back. Your dad a real grustler. Your dad a real hustler, bro. Show up, rent, go home, burn a copy, bring it back in, say, actually, I didn't want this. Can I change it? That's genius. That is genius. Dude, this is a bigger story I want to talk about, but there's I mean, you guys probably do this, and I hate to call you out, but I will. There is a shocking amount of return fraud happening among regular consumers lately. A shocking amount. The number of people that are now buying items and then returning the wrong thing in the box, or using it for a week or two and then returning it, or just finding all these different ways to abuse free returns is getting crazy. It's like it's super amping up, which is probably a recession indicator, because people are taking heavy advantage of it. I saw the I don't have the stats in front of me right now, and I want to talk about other things, but maybe I'll bring it up on Monday. We'll do a little mini prez or something, because it's bad, dude. It's bad, and it's gonna lead to people changing these return policies. I just don't know how they can not do it. The abuse is getting real widespread and systematic now, and all the tricks now to abuse it are going viral on TikTok, so everybody's doing it. Yeah, Home Depot changed theirs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I work at Costco, and I had someone return a 10-year-old blender that had broke and an old toilet. Dude, if you have stories like this, DM me on Discord, bro. I actually want to put together a little prez, and anything you know from your real life would be interesting. And if you've done return fraud, let me know. And why you did it and where you heard about it. I would actually like to know. I'm trying to put together a little thing. And I'll tell my friends at the FBI too. No, I'm a cool streamer. Guys, just tell me. CIA Atrioc. Yeah, the CIA hired me to help trick my chat into getting persecuted for return fraud. Which, by the way, just to be clear, not illegal, I think. Isn't it all under the policy of the company? It's like up to them whether they accept it or not, but it's not illegal to send in a box. How do we send it to you? Just Discord DM. Discord DM and just like all caps, return fraud story or something so I can just pick it out because I get a lot of dumbass DMs. Because you read those? I do, but not all of them. So you buy a replacement for something you broke? I always did gaming mouses, and you put the old one in the new box and return it. Yeah, that's what I've heard, bro. Like you have something you've used for a long time and it's broken, so you just buy a new one, then switch it and return it. And it's like, bam, you've just basically stolen the mouse. Like I'm not gonna be beating around the bush here. You've stolen a product, and you know I'll talk about this on Monday. I know the default response, but it is just interesting. It's happening more and more is all I'm saying. It's like it's always been a cost of doing business, but now it's a big cost, so they're thinking about what to do. How is this just now becoming an issue? I think it's a recession indicator. I think it's just now becoming an issue because people are doing it way more. Like most people won't, like it's the same thing with like piracy, right? If streaming is easy enough, cheap enough, and convenient enough, people will just do it to avoid the hassle. If Netflix has everything and it's cheap, they'll use Netflix. But when it starts to become a problem and everything's too expensive to afford, then they start pirating. Same thing for this. Like if people feel like they can afford the stuff they want to buy, and it's not a problem, they don't have to stretch or cancel anything else, they'll do it. But when times are tough, it becomes really easy to justify like, fuck it, I'll steal this thing. I'm going to pirate cars and food. People would if they could, bro. You wouldn't download a car? It was a stupid fucking ad. People would download a car if they could do it easily. Can you imagine if you could just 3D print a Honda Fit? Everyone would do it. No one's going to fucking pay full price at a Honda dealership. That's, of course. Of fucking course. What's your thoughts on stop killing games? Bro, I've covered it in 100 videos, man. I don't understand why you can't go watch my 10-part series, Pirate Software, the story behind the story, okay? If you can't watch, like if you're not going to see, you might have missed it because I did another 10-part series on, I can't think of another drama. Fuck, I ruined it. On Squeaks. On Squeaks being actually a bad guy. Okay? I did a huge... Dude, V Shoujo. Wait, I actually did want to talk about this, but not because I know anything about it. I have nothing to explain or know about V Shoujo. The only thing I know is that I feel... Man, I want to know what actually happened, because I'll just say it, and people are going to fucking flip out at me, but I know Gunrun, who's like the guy that founded V Shoujo, and he's a great guy. To my knowledge, he's a great guy. I wonder what his side of the story is, bro. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did. I don't know. That guy, I've seen that guy be so nice. I know his wife. I wonder if it's like an off-brand thing where, great to you, maybe a white man. Gunrun is not a white man. Gunrun is not white. He's not white. And he's like the guy that invented IRL streaming. And he like, I don't know, he super was like passionate about VTubing early. Like he was the earliest person to get into the VTubing wave in the West. I don't know. I'm just surprised. I could totally see them not paying this stuff because they just ran out of money because somebody was embezzling or something. Like, you know, fucking, it could be an off-brand thing where I don't think it's Ludwig's fault that off-brand went down, right? So maybe it's not gun runs, but I wish I knew more. I reached out to him, but obviously he didn't answer. I think he's in a stressful week. But what I'm trying to say is my gut tells me the idea that somebody stole charity money for their personal benefit and laughed about it, ha ha ha, villainous, is very unlikely. It's very unlikely. It feels like there's some mismanagement. Maybe Ludwig stole it to get back his off-brand money. Maybe Ludwig stole it to get back his off-brand money. That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. Anyway, yeah, I guess Vishojo is done for, but I feel bad for Gunrun. I just know he's a good guy. He worked really hard. He's been on that business early. Sucks. But I also obviously feel bad for people that didn't get paid. So it happens. Sucks. Feels like, yeah, I just feel like MCNs. It feels like a lot of those early content networks on YouTube that all just blew up, dude. They start out and then they blow up. It just doesn't. I think you got to have a business person in there. Machinima. I don't get how a money printing machine can blow up. What's the money printing machine? Rooster Teeth lasted a while. Isn't that still up? I thought the yard was with Rooster Teeth. Am I crazy? Jamakoto, thank you for the 33 months. Zibnub, thank you for the prime. Digital Dylan, thank you for the 51. Would you rather own a train, a pirate ship, or a dinosaur? I'm an American. If I touch a train, I'll burn into ash. A pirate ship, I could probably get one now. I mean, it's expensive, I guess, but that doesn't sound that crazy. A dinosaur, of course. If I owned a dinosaur, I could open a real-world Jurassic Park and make a mint. Are we watching Smallville today? Probably not, because you asked that question. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. If you're a Smallville only person, just leave, bro. You're fucking ruining it for me. You are ruining my enjoyment of the fucking show. Okay. Isto's ready. So let's open with game pitches, and then I want to talk about Trump and Tesla. Okay? Trump and Tesla. So let's see. It's time to do a bit of a pitch. Let me get some context before I bring Isto in. A little bit of context. Isto and I'd say 98% me, because I did all the coding, made a game called Get to Work. And it was shockingly successful. I really didn't do much at all other than help market it, help with some of the ideas, and put up some of the venture funding. But I thought that money was lost. Just being real. I love Isto. I think he's a great guy and a great dev, but I just figured you're throwing money at a game, it won't work. So I thought the money was lost. Turns out it did really well. We had a pretty nice indie hit, and we made our money back, and I think we crossed $1 million in sales fairly recently, which is pretty fucking cool. Congrats to Isto and his team for making that, okay? So that means, more important than me making a few percent return, is that Isto, his studio survives and gets to live another day and make more good games. Because this is his dream. He quit his job at Microsoft, I believe, to get into this industry. So it's fucking awesome. He gets to make new games. So now we have to figure out what is the next game he's going to make. What is the next game the team's going to work on? And so we've had our own personal talks over a while, but he narrowed it down to 2 ideas, I think, maybe 3. I think it's 2, and created prototypes of each. And so he's going to come on stream and pitch these to you guys. We're going to ask chat's actual opinions and then do a vote. That's the idea. So let me bring Isto in. Yo!
Yo,
Hey,
yo, yo.
yo!
Test.
Yeah, let me pop this
How
out.
do I sound?
Sound good. You sound
Dude, every
good,
time I
brother.
watch the VOD,
Mhm.
my audio sounds terrible. Just
Really?
for you. I don't know what it is. I have a
Um,
pretty decent mic. It's pretty
I
crispy.
turn your mic settings bad so that I can sort of audibly mog you. And that's the it's all part of my plan to get one up on you in this online. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what
Which
it's
is weird because you're the main coder and we rely on you.
Yeah, it's weird that I do that.
You got the power dynamic is all in your favor.
I'm just so busy coding that
We're just sitting here being like, well, I hope he works today. We're not gonna have anything done.
Sometimes you do that. It's bad on me because I have a very small thing to do. All right. Well, listen, we have Isto on screen. I think this is working. And, well, the Doinkler actually is what I should refer to you as. We have the Doinkler, and you are going to pitch us some games. Is there anything else that I didn't cover in the intro that you want to mention?
Nope. My intro covers that as well. So
Okay, great. Then I've got you on screen. Now, I want to say before we get into it, Chad has
really
already
hovering
given,
that block button, brother. What's
has
going on?
already given us some ideas. I'm saving it if the ideas aren't good. Has already given us some ideas. So I don't know if you want to throw out what you already have and do GTA 7.
For the next game.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're almost done GTA 6.
Right.
And then we're going to fight that legal battle and win.
Yeah, and win. And then release our
Yeah,
own
who
version of
that's on the ready. He's locked and
GTA
loaded.
6. I'm hearing Minecraft 2 could be a big one.
Oh,
I'm
very
hearing
nice.
Silk Song. We could just undercut them and release that.
Do you think we could beat them to market? What are the chances that?
The odds are pretty good.
Let's not put that into the
The
world.
odds are
shall we?
pretty good. And then the last one I'm hearing is like, what if we just jump in on this horse girl phenomenon? Everybody's doing horse girl stuff.
Uma Musume, very nice.
What if we go get to work, but it's horse girls or something?
Wait, I thought you explicitly told me to not leak just how much of a weeb you are. Like your whole
Right.
personality is like you don't like anime.
Yes, you're kind of doing it right now. This is a darkly
sorry.
held secret of mine, and I don't want that to get out. I've been playing the horse girl game every single night off stream.
Every night, dude, he's just sending me messages. It's like me and Pei. He's just like constantly bombarding us with anime recommendations all the time. And dude, we're like, dude, stop. Like we're just trying to live our lives here.
So all right, well, if those ideas are off the table, then I'm excited to hear what you've brought. And I think the chat is as well. This vote will be important or not important now at all?
Extremely important, actually. A little bit of context. We actually ran this with our audience, and the ideas were so even, we couldn't do anything with them. Like it was negligible data because they were so close.
So we're the tiebreakers.
Oh yeah, 100%. We need
is
a
a
larger
big deal.
data set, and so this is actually very, very helpful.
Okay, I'm excited.
Let's do it. Okay, let me just.
Xi Jinping dating sim. I'm hearing that could be interesting.
Oh,
It might get us banned from China.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to travel there. Let's get that one out of the
Well,
way.
if you write the lines right, he might invite me there.
All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so this here is the next project vote.
Wait, it's
So
kind
we're
of
pretty
blurry.
close.
Why is it
Is it
so
kinda
low
blurry?
res? Yeah.
Let me check my settings. Video output. It is. Okay, I might have to restart OBS.
Okay.
Can I call you back? One
Yep.
sec. Oh, wait. Oh, I just have to restart OBS. Let me turn up my settings. Video output 4K. Okay. Start virtual
While you're doing
camera.
this, you guys know
How's
that that's still blurry.
Still blurry.
Yeah,
I have Discord
blurry out of
Nitro
hell.
too. More options. Voice and video settings. Video.
Move cam and chat. Can't really. Can you move your cam to the bottom left?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Video settings.
It is weird that this is still blurry. Full screen on Discord? I am full screen, right? Oh, this. There it is.
This here. Properties.
Okay, let me try rejoin the call. Maybe that's it. Join call. Okay. Yeah, I think we got it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It looks really crispy on my end.
Yeah, it looks
So
good.
it might be.
I think we're
Oh,
good.
it's good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
We're good. W's, 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 W's. Dude, speaking of
right.
China, before we get into this, they just had a game go viral. Dude, you know how like they had the one child policy and there's more men than women?
Yeah.
It's causing such a distress there. There's a big wave of sexism in Korea. What's happening in China too? A game just went viral there that is like basically all women are gold diggers, is like the title, and it's just a terrible dating simulator, a terrible dating simulator that like it's crazy. That game is, but it sold like 200,000 copies. It's something insane. It's absurd.
I feel like the rules are so different, not only in China but mobile.
Yeah.
I mean, the tactics they use in mobile are so crazy, so mind blowing.
Oh yeah.
It's nuts, dude. Like the psychology that they use. I mean, they hire real trained psychologists and psychiatrists and data studies to really optimize the living hell out of like black Skinner boxes and all these crazy tactics. So
Yeah.
plus China, the rules are so different. The culture just promotes like pay to win. It's just like deeply ingrained in how they raise their kids and how they think about it. It's nuts. So it doesn't surprise me. But
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, well, okay. Now our game will not be like that, so don't worry about that. Let's see what we got. The next project vote.
The next project vote. Okay, so a little bit of context. We started out with like 50 ideas. This is how we typically brainstorm ideas, is we come up with a whole ton of ideas. We do a big brainstorming session. Atrioc was on the call driving to Arizona, I think.
Dude, I remember that.
And you kept cutting out
It was
because
so
you were traveling across the
stressful.
desert.
Dude, okay, it was like a brainstorm, and then somebody on your team would be giving an idea, but it would cut out in the middle of their idea, and then it would come back, and you'd be like, "What'd you think?" And I'd be like, "Well, that sounds cool." I loved the part at the beginning. Like I didn't want him to repeat it, so I'd have to. It was crazy. It kept cutting out in the middle of like the worst moment. It was so frustrating.
So that's why all of his terrible ideas are not in this pitch. But we're done phase one, and we've moved on to phase two. And the way we do it, and this is pretty atypical, but we've taken basically our experience, market research, looked at what the team can actually build and what we want to make, and we've distilled it down to 3 ideas. So all of these ideas are ideas that we really like, we're super pumped about, but we need your help. A big part of what we're doing now is we're doing the pitches like insanely early. Most people don't do this. And the reason for that is because the development process is crazy. This is kind of how it looks. So much changes when we develop. The ideas change, like the actual premise changes, the art changes. And so it takes a lot of skill and experience to see this pitch deck that I'm going to show you and envision the final product. Let me give you an example. This is Get to Work's original pitch. Woo. I found a free asset on the internet. I added blocks and cylinders to make rollerblades and wheels. This was the level layout. I'm not kidding. We literally slapped it together in like 2 days. Cinema. And then we said, we're going to start in your parents' basement and move to the board of directors. That was it. I think there was like 3 more slides to this pitch deck, but this was the pitch deck I showed Atrioc. And this is what the game looks like. So there's a massive, massive difference between the start of the pitch decks and what you're actually going to see.
Yes, sir.
And so when I show you these, it takes a lot of trust and imagination to take what I'm about to show you and interpolate that into a final product. So fair warning, I'm going to do my best to kind of show you what it is, but things are going to change. The art is definitely going to change. The ideas will probably change. A lot of it is really dictated by gameplay and testing. Tons and tons of testing. So another big disclaimer is because this is so early, this is typically like, we wouldn't show this to anybody. This is all internal. So there are AI assets. There's a lot of AI slop in here. We will not use it in the final product. What we do is we use them for the pitch ideas because it's so fast. And then as soon as we start the actual project, we basically throw it all out and build it for real. So you've been warned. If you have a problem with it, yeah, too bad.
Man, I'm pissed because the gold bars say cats puts. And that's a deal breaker
Shippable,
for me.
ready to go.
That's a deal breaker for me.
So these are the 3 ideas. I've actually pitched Mine the Mountain. If you're an old head, you might have heard this one before. We love this idea, and so we wanted to bring it back. We felt like it was a really great idea. But the other 2 we're also very excited for. So I'm just going to open up Mine the Mountain. I'm just going to go full webcam. Not to
Okay.
leave my desktop. Mine the Mountain from beginning. Let me pause this. All right. Here we go.
Mind the mountain.
Mine the Mountain. So, Mine the Mountain is an automation game. Now, this is the one we've spent the most time on. We built like an actual prototype for this. The quality of prototypes is definitely varied between the different projects, but this one, automation is sort of our bread and butter. We built a game called Atrioc that was an automation game. And this one is kind of similar, but it's vertical automation. Physics-based vertical automation. And that just kind of gives you a general idea of what the game might feel like and look like. But let's dive into some details. So like I said before, if you like Satisfactory and Factorio, this is the game for you. And the goal is to reach the top of the mountain. Art style we're going for is semi-realistic, we think, or maybe a mixture of low poly, and you're going to be playing in third person. Legend has it, an undiscovered ore lies at the top of the mountain, but no dwarf has ever reached the top until now. And you are going to play as a dwarf.
This
Now,
is such a
like I
Stan's
said,
game.
it's janky. Yeah, I actually pitched this to Stans, and he was like, yes, 100% get me in on this.
This is such
like
a
I said-
Stan's game, bro. Stan's gonna lose years of his life to this game if it gets made.
We love it. We love the yearn for the mines. So, like I said, pretty janky. It's a giant cube. You're going to have to use your imagination and imagine more vegetation, more cliff faces, more art, or maybe something a little more majestic like this. We don't know, but we'll figure it out if we pick this project. The cool thing about the mountain is there's different biomes, and each biome comes with its own challenges and rewards. There's common ores at the bottom and rare ores at the top.
I love rare ores.
They're
way cooler than common ores.
It taps into that little part of your brain that wants to upgrade. Oh, we love it. We love it. Now at the bottom, there's lots of vegetation. It's warm, it's easy, it's inviting. But as you go up, it gets harder. It gets colder. Maybe you go into the clouds and there's lightning strikes that you have to deal with. You have to build rods, Tesla rods, to absorb it, to protect yourself. And when you get to the highest level, you're obviously really low on oxygen and it's super, super cold. All sorts of interesting challenges. But of course, the higher you go, the better the ores.
It sounds really cool. My one request is, could we call it Minecraft 2? Is that possible? I'm hearing a lot of that from the chat, and I think that could be. I feel like then we're in. If we can take an established IP and apply it to this, what do you think the legal challenges are on that?
I think the legal challenges specifically is, Hudat's our lawyer, and we love him.
We do love him. He's busy with his full-time Amazon job, so it might,
there might be a conflict of
it
interest
might
there.
get in the way. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, we'll table that for now.
But I love your enthusiasm. I love where you're going with this. The marketing side of you is really coming out.
Really
So I
spinning
appreciate
the marketing wheels. Yeah. I think that's an easy way to get in.
This is beautiful. If only we could. Maybe we will.
Some of these names in chat. Mine 3 Craft. Just skip 2.
I wonder how close we could get before we got
I feel like
sued to
everyone's
oblivion.
tried, dude. I feel like a lot of people have made Minecraft clones and they try to call it like Block World, Blocky World, Mine World. Yeah, they've got all that stuff. All that stuff exists. 2 Mine, 2 Craft.
How much money are you willing to put in so we can push it as far as we can go?
I see. Yeah, we'll have to find a smart legal team and really go after it.
Really, really push the limits.
Actually,
Microsoft is not known for their legal prowess.
No,
they don't sue at all.
They're very, very easy to work with.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That. Okay, let's keep going. So here's sort of a concept of the mountain. So you start on a platform and you have to climb to the resources. Now, there is resources that are on the wall, and you can build this vertical automation into these factories, these assemblers, and they'll drop into these depots. And these depots will earn you money and let you buy stuff. New items, player upgrades, automation upgrades, and the big one I'm going to focus on right now is wood platforms. But of course, all the standard upgrades that you would get in any automation game.
Right.
So if you get these wood platforms, they let you actually traverse around the mountain. So this becomes your base. That way, you can really quickly travel. And so the more wood platforms you get, the more you start to conquer the mountain. And you're going to build up and up and up. But as you go up, probably, the wood platforms won't be strong enough, won't be, resistant enough. And so you'll have to upgrade those.
Right, they'll break or something when you get to the
Yeah.
cold. I see. So
Yeah.
you need metal platforms up there.
You're always on this sort of flywheel of upgrading and building and upgrading and thinking about optimization. That's really what this game's all about. Now, we actually prototyped this. We obviously used all of Atrioc's stuff because it's about moving quick, but you can kind of have a general sense of what it's looking like. We have items rolling around using gravity. This guy's climbing. He has a stamina bar, and if it runs out, he'll drop to his death.
Right.
You can board the platform and regain your stamina, and you can sort of look around and see this massive level. It will be 3D. This is obviously 2D. We just wanted to move quick, but we kept going, and we built like a very easy assembly line.
Someone in chat said, so this is the final version. Yeah, this is it.
We're almost done, yeah.
This is it. This is releasing tomorrow. What do you guys think? It's done. This is the full graphics package. This is how it works. It is ready to go.
I love the trust. That's one part, the trust and the imagination.
It'll be
you guys
$68
are really all on board.
USD, and there's microtransactions for unlocking the ores.
Oh, dude, so many DLC packs. You're going to have the 3D DLC pack, the sound DLC pack, the gameplay DLC pack. Where was I? Yeah, okay, I want to talk about the flaps, because these are kind of cool. So you can kind of see, in Factorio, they have splitters. This would be sort of our version of splitters, is these are timed. And so as you roll stuff down, it lets some of the ores actually travel across, and the other ones would drop down. Right. So there's a lot of really, really cool mechanics that we can play with. No one has really done vertical automation before. And so we could have these buckets moving items up and down. You could drop items down and have these grabbers grab stuff midair. If we go higher up, you could even use cannons to launch stuff into the actual factories themselves. So we're really playing on the verticality.
And
now,
it's
obviously,
all like
when you travel up,
dwarf punk themed, right? It's like everything looks very Gimli underground, but it's all on the side of this mountain. It's all very
We'd really play with mine carts and that whole theme with pickaxes, mine carts, jewels. Really think Lord of the Rings dwarves. I think that's a great way to put it. Now, once you go up, obviously challenges like the cold, you have to build heaters, you have to, supply all that stuff, keep everything running. Things will be much more logistically challenging to get to the top. Now, what's cool about this, I found this GIF. This is a real thing. I think these monks built an actual temple on the side of the cliff. I could be wrong, but I found this GIF, and you can kind of see just what it might look like to build a network of platforms and stairs along the cliffside.
That's cool.
And it just looks so cool.
That is cool.
Now, one of the things that we're pretty good at, we like to think, is story. And so we would include a story that's told through a walkie-talkie where you would discover, letters from other attempts, and there's a secret at the top that you would discover. I think it'd be fun.
What's the secret?
Wow. I don't know yet. We figured it out. Now, because this is so unorthodox, showing this so early, I wanted to include some biggest unknowns. Because we've done a prototype, we're a little bit farther ahead with this one. And so we've come to realize that physics is non-deterministic. And what I mean by that is if you roll a barrel down a ramp and hit a jump, it will probably land at the same spot most of the time. But every once in a while, depending on your frame rate or other factors, it may not land in the same spot. And that's bad for automation. Automation games, if you have a certain input, you want to have an exact same output every single time.
Right.
The engineering brain really, really needs that and wants that. And I think the gameplay would suffer if we didn't figure out this issue.
The Reddit posts you would get if 1 out of every 50 barrels rolling down a thing bounced off the side, you would they would fucking freak.
Have you seen the clip of CDog VA talking about manifolds for like 45 minutes?
No, I have not.
Yeah. So when I envision automation players, I envision CDog VA explaining manifolds to Gigut's wife, Sydney, for like 45 minutes, and she does not play automation games. So there's a type of person who plays this, definitely engineer focused, and they like to have consistency. So, we have to figure that out. That's a really, really big thing.
I mean, he cornered me at at Lud's 30th birthday party and talked to my ear off about that French RPG game for 40 minutes.
Oh, Clear Scare?
Yeah, I talked about that game. No, it's like, a drink in each hand. Hit me with
a passionate gamer.
He's a passionate gamer.
We like to see
bro.
it. We like to see it. The other thing that people have been mentioning is co-op. Now, we're really interested in co-op, but for this specific game, there's so many moving parts and pieces. Physics across networks is extremely challenging, like insanely challenging. This would double, triple the complexity, and almost assuredly double the dev time. So we're not sure. That one's a huge question mark. We've never done, co-op. We've never done multiplayer, and so for us, we don't know.
Nobody in this chat has friends, so don't worry about it. They don't want co-op.
Do you guys tolerate this kind of abuse?
Dolo.
Someone's got to stand up for them. It's not me. Let's keep going. That's Mine the Mountain, baby.
All right, very cool. I mean, that's the one some of us have seen before.
Yes.
It's been part of the previous pitch, and obviously a massive, massive stands game. Seems very cool.
Yes.
I think for automation gamers, what I'm reading from the chat is they're really excited about it. It seems very cool.
That's cool.
The idea of verticality adds a lot to it. The thing I like about it, I'm not really an automation gamer, but the world and the lore seems very cool. And I do like the dopamine rush of imagining I see a big fucking emerald sticking out of the mountain up there, and I'm like, how do I get to that? How do I mine that? How do I make that part of my process? But
what's so interesting, so a little bit of lore behind this is when we made Atrioc, I think the game suffered an enormous amount from lack of experience. And so when you booted up the game, it literally took us a year to build enough systems to get players beyond 45 minutes. They either didn't know what to do or got stuck or were confused or didn't have fun. And a big part of that was like the actual lore behind it. The premise was like you're a robot in this darkness with these stations and you got to go and power them on, which is not something you see in real life. Like it doesn't tap into like the subconscious parts of your brain that we're used to. Like you see a fire and you're like, okay, it's warm and I want to cook something and, maybe I can light other stuff on fire. And so this time we learned our lesson and we were like, okay, if you see a giant mountain, what do you want to do? Usually, if you're adventurous, you want to climb up it. And so the natural like shape of the mountain just automatically tells you that you want to go up and conquer the mountain.
right.
So that gives us a huge benefit.
That makes sense.
All right, cool. I'm ready. Any other questions? We happy to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on. Smugglers in space.
To Smugglers in Space.
Damn, they don't look happy. This is a rough job.
So I asked ChatGPT to generate some images, and these guys looked gruff. So I said, "Can you make them look a little more scared?" And it said, "Sure, I got you. Smugglers in Space."
That's a better face. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So, we might keep this. Who knows? It's a real killer image.
Woman on the right, her eyes are going crazy.
AI art, dude, it's here. It's out. It's going to replace us for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Tomorrow, it's ready. This is top notch.
You can put a cover of a box.
Yeah. Trust and imagination, folks. That's what we need. Okay,
right.
So Lethal Company, smash hit.
Yes.
Repo, smash hit. Peak, smash hit. People love playing with their friends. They like interacting with their friends. They like having just a medium to interact with their friends. And we thought, they're kind of boring. For us, me specifically, I really wanted a way to interact with my friends, but also to tap into my need to have depth and strategy. I like the challenge of games. I kind of like going just a bit deeper with the gameplay. I like the strategy. I like planning with my friends. I like actually really, really working hard, getting my butt kicked, coming back and learning and getting better. For me, that taps into like my brain. I like that. So we wanted to do a roguelike faster than light. There's a typo. Ignore that. We go fast. But we were thinking like, yeah, a roguelike. We were thinking if you've played Faster Than Light, it's an older game. So I put in Slay the Spire as, maybe a newer version of that. But think like, Faster Than Light meets Lethal Company. The goal is to smuggle a package across the universe. So you've been given an extremely valuable package to bring to a buyer.
Okay.
Obviously, probably extremely illegal. But because we're dealing with a roguelike, we're not going to try and break the bank or, break the mold here. We're going to stick with the classics that everybody knows. If you've played Slay the Spire, there's this starting map where you get a boss battle.
Love this map.
There's merchants, there's quests. I took this and I turned it on its side. That's all it is. The shot is
and
from
it's
Faster Than
ours
Light.
now. Okay. Slay the Spire team, watch the fuck out. If Slay the Spire 2
Let's-
comes out with this map, it's over for you.
We are definitely picking the most accessible game where the developers have so much money to sue us. We love that. To steal from.
Patented.
We love that. So if you've played any roguelike, you're familiar with this format. Then you do battle. We love that. Now, again, we prototyped this, and this is kind of what it looks like. You would probably be a funnier character, but you're running around in third person, maybe first person, but that's kind of the idea. Here's the layout of the ship. Now, I've color-coded it just so you can kind of see the general areas. There's 3 major areas. There is the orange section, the blue section, and the green section. Now, the package is somewhere. We would probably put it in the blue section. That becomes important later, but we're going to ignore that for now, and we're going to focus on the orange section.
Absolutely nothing about this game is similar to Among Us other than the fact that it's a spaceship and everyone is spamming Among Us.
You guys just love Death and
Among
Strategy,
Us.
don't you?
Among Us. There's a spaceship. This must be Among Us.
They would be great to rip off, too. They have no money.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Amogi, sussy, Amogi. Wow, that's really insightful.
Your chat is a lot different than my internal audience. I'll say that. They had different
Smarter.
comments.
Smarter,
They had different comments.
Wiser. It's like Socrates. People give really insightful thoughts here, and you better be ready for it. It's like a TED talk. All right, people are ready with questions.
You got all those PhDs just lining up
Yes,
to
exactly.
spam Amoga sussy.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. So there's different like stations. This is the missile station. So it requires an energy pod and a missile. So you place a energy pod, but you don't have a missile. So we're going to go to our production side. Here, we're actually going to generate more energy pods. So you can see here, you're running around, you're activating, and then I did a time lapse. You can see it's a bit chaotic. Everyone's running around. You know, the ship gets on fire if it takes damage. Things are going crazy. You're building. Kind of think like Overcooked vibes for part of it.
Sure, there's a lot going on. Too much to
There's
do.
a lot
You're
going on. There's a
busy,
lot
you're
of
stressed,
movement.
You're yelling at your
back and
friends.
forth. A big part of the strategy we sort of think is going to work is like each person is probably going to have their own section. There's still like that cross movement, but if you're responsible for repairing the ship, there's a repair room. So you have to go and generate a shield booster, and then you have to go and get the energy pods and place them into the repair center. And if you do that, you can actually restore, health points to your hull,
Okay.
even if your ship's on fire. Now, once you're done production, you can actually load up the missiles and get ready to fire. Put that in. There's a bit of a cooldown. There's all sorts of interesting mechanics, but you're prepping to do battle. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and here's where we think we can have a bit of a more streamable game.
Okay.
You'll notice that in our airlock control, there's a map of the ship. We are currently in the orange section. You can see that blue is on fire. Now, just imagine, just for the sake of brevity, that A1 is on fire. You can see that I'm close to A1, and you'll also notice that C1 and C2, there's no controls for that. What these are is either airlocks. So if a room's on fire, how do you put it out? Well, you could use water, but you're on a spaceship. So the best thing to do is deplete it of oxygen. So each room can self-contain itself and open up the airlocks to space and put out the fire. Unfortunately, the game is proximity chat. So you can only talk to your friends if you're really close. So if A1 is on fire and you press it, we're going to pull this, and I go to A1, if my friend is in the room, it locks the doors and shoots him out to space. A little bit of chaos. Now, luckily, there are ways to recover. You might see your boy bumping on the walls outside. But we're going to add mechanics where it's going to be a bit of a pain. You got to build a tether and get them and bring them back. But you also have to recognize that they're gone. So, there's going to be proximity chat where you can hear them like muffled, like boom, help me. Oh no. And then you got to go and actually discover them and find where they are and pull them back in.
Squeaks would hate me in this game, bro. I'd be a menace.
Dude, you are a fucking menace. I saw you play Lethal Company with a Spectre.
Menace, dude. It's going to be a problem. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I think that's fun. That creates a lot of good moments.
Now, because this is more strategy focused, there needs to be a battle section. So we discovered prototyping this that we think the direction we're going to go is there's going to be like turns. So you have 3 minutes to prep everything. You load the missiles, you do your repairs, you generate your pods, and you don't lose anything. So if you generate 10 pods and then don't use them, they'll still be there the next turn. But let's say you have 3 minutes, you load the pods, and then the battle, like everything plays out, kind of like Slay the Spire when you play a card. So if you've loaded 10 missiles, they'll shoot them, and then they have a pre-recorded sequence where they attack back. You take damage, stuff gets set on fire, et cetera, and then you can come up with a plan to deal with that. Now, because we're smuggling stuff, if you take too much damage in the wrong place, the package, which has a scary alien, might get out, and then you have to deal with that as well. And if they take damage, you might lose money, and then you won't be able to use that money to, buy stuff during that
your
run.
ship. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So there's going to be this fun mechanic where there's this alien, and obviously you could kill it, but then there's no point in you doing the smuggling. So there's this interesting dynamic where you don't really need guns, because why would you kill the alien that you're trying to, what's the point of smuggling? So we thought that was kind of interesting and cool. So what the alien will do, we'll see. Maybe it's like, this kind of alien, or maybe you're smuggling angry chickens. The sky's the limit.
Yeah,
this
different
one,
options.
there's a lot to explore.
Can you date the alien? I'm being asked.
You guys are animals. Come on, guys.
Just trying to pivot into,
Mobile.
mobile gaming.
Stick
Yeah.
to the anime games, boys.
Can I spin a gotcha wheel for a hotter alien? No, this is awesome. This is cool.
Now, let's get into the actual Slay the Spire part. So let's say at the end of the turn, your boy's floating out into space, you get ship augments. This is the part that I think is going to create a ton of replayability and a lot more depth and strategy. So kind of like Slay the Spire, you have a deck of augments. And so let's say you have 50 cards. It's going to pull up 3 cards. You and your friends have to pick what you're going to choose. Maybe you apply weak, or maybe you have Carnage or Rampage, or all the different mechanics that Slay the Spire has.
There's 3 options and we get to pick one?
Oh, yeah.
I love
that.
picking one of 3 things, dude.
We love it.
It's a money printer. I can pick
just like
one
playing
of
cards.
3 things in a roguelike. We're
it's-
set up for success, baby.
It's so good.
There
It's
is
so good.
some-
So obviously we have to get this right. You
Yeah.
got to be able to predict what cards are going to come up and plan part of that strategy. Think about your deck and build it, and pull stuff and use the augments. Maybe you can use more than 3. Who knows? But really, we want to focus on the Slay the Spire type stuff between the different turns. Now, if you win a level, you obviously get to collect an upgrade. You got to pick a card to add to your deck. Classic. We love picking 3 things.
We do love that.
But we're going to have, ship parts. Maybe you give lasers. Maybe you get missiles. Maybe you get tethers, all sorts of cool things. And you also get permanent upgrades like, extra energy or extra shields or extra hull HP. I think the thing that excites me the most is we just sat down for 3 minutes and the ideas just kept flooding. There were so many good ideas on what we can do. Maybe you heal every time you open an airlock, so one of your psycho friends just starts pulling the airlocks and hopes for the best, and everybody just gets launched into space. Maybe there's a comm unit, so one person at the starboard side of the ship can actually use the comms and talk to everybody else. Maybe every third attack adds shields. Maybe you guys can all move faster. Maybe you can sacrifice somebody for double damage for that turn or for that entire combat. So if you're really desperate, they can go into the incinerator and just fire up the ship. So many cool things that we're really excited about. And once that's done, you repeat. It's the classic roguelike experience, but with your friends. Some final thoughts. My hypothesis is the streamable moments come from the many ways you can accidentally kill, airlock stuns, screw over your friends unintentionally, that chaos factor. But the depth comes from the combos, from the ship augmenter and the runs. You and your friends will do a 30-minute run, and if it goes really well, or if you get just to the end but don't do it, it's easy to pick up and run for 30 minutes and then come back. You could swap friends in and out, which would be fun. Now, I haven't really seen a lot of people do roguelike and co-op, so we don't know if that will work. We also don't know if a really experienced player is going to have fun with an inexperienced player. If you know all the augments, if you know the whole deck inside and out, are you still going to be able to have fun with a newbie? I don't know. Games like Peak, like the depth is pretty shallow, and so everybody gets to that same level of skill really quickly. Lethal Company even more so. Like you just
Yeah.
run around and pick up stuff. So that is on our mind. We don't really know.
Yeah, I
And
got
scope.
to the same level of skill really quickly in Peak. I definitely noticed what
Yeah.
you're saying. Like I felt like I was like right there with everybody else, like instantly. Like it just
Mhm.
there was no learning curve in a game like that. So well said. Well said. Yep.
Yeah. But, you know, there's an audience out there who wants to try hard, who wants to actually like learn the skills and get good with their friends. So maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. Who knows? And then scope is a big thing. You know, you can go big with this one, like too big. So finding that nice balance where we don't spend 8 years on a game and get a good game with the least amount of time is something that has me a little not nervous, but something I'm super aware of. And that is Smugglers in Space.
Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. My biggest worry is just how long. I mean, it's just I don't know how hard multiplayer is to how much complexity it adds because the game actually seems really fun and you could really do some really cool things. I think it would
A
be
ton of complexity.
Yeah.
But I think one of the cool things for us as a studio is every time we take on a new project, we learn something new. We don't go too far. So with Atrioc, that was a pretty big jump, but we wanted to learn automation and we wanted to, you know, move away from mobile and try like a actual deeper game. And then with Get to Work, we were learning 3D for the first time. And so every time we add that skill set, it becomes a lot easier to do those things. And then we tack on one more big thing to take on, which this time would be multiplayer. So
And since I'm doing all the coding, I'm a little, you know, it's just like a lot of extra challenge to add on my plate to figure out.
with the podcast.
Yeah,
and-
just. But I'm hearing from chat that I could vibe code this whole thing in Grok in one weekend. So,
yeah, true.
So I'll probably just
True.
knock this game out real quick with Grok, and we'll launch it on Monday.
The
Seems
Grok it,
easy.
dude. I don't know why you even need us, which is crazy. Like I'm just so appreciative that you entertain us, you know, helping
That's
you.
really kind of you to say that. What's the third idea?
The third idea is the rope. Let's talk about the rope because the rope is again online co-op, spooky, crafty, buildy game.
Spooky.
So some people may not know these games, but Choo Choo Charl means Void Train. I'll explain all of it. Don't worry about it. But the idea is you upgrade your cart and traverse and survive the island. Now, this one we did not prototype, so you're really going to have to use your imagination. Some stuff is wicked janky. I apologize in advance. But art style, I pulled up some inspirational images. We're not really sure, but I suspect it'll probably be semi-realistic. This one, totally unknown. I think for spooky games, first person is the way to go. We really got to do first person.
It makes
But
sense.
we were thinking it's a single playthrough experience, kind of like Raft. If you've played Raft or The Forest, it's like you're discovering a
Okay,
story
yeah.
and stuff like that. So there's still like significant gameplay, but we're not really focused on a ton of replayability. There is a story. You've been barred from the church, and you've been given one last chance to restore your standing within the church, and that is to find and rescue Archbishop William. Now, ChatGPT pulled together this very serious, beautiful image, but we were actually thinking something significantly less serious.
Right, a little
There's these
goofier.
things called Roman tonsures, that little flappy haircut you see. I think they're so funny. And I could just imagine if we had like fake physics where you're like squatting up and down and like the Roman tonsures are like flapping, you and your boys with like, you know, these goofy characters jumping up and down. So funny.
I do like the core branding of the studio being a bunch of bald characters every time. You know, going from Get to Work into this, having bald be iconic is it's bald representation is what it is. Bringing it
are
back to
actually-
media.
We might be 3 for 3 because Atrio, the character, technically was bald.
Yeah, three
Was
for
a
three.
robot, but we would be 3 for 3.
That's a big branding.
Yeah, it really is.
The bald verse. Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't help your image. Doesn't help your chat. That's for sure.
I'm wearing a hat. Nobody
You
knows
put
if I'm
that into
bald
the
or not.
universe. I'll have you know. You're responsible.
I
for the
put it in the
consequences.
universe. Chat spams bald nonstop, whether there's a bald person on screen or not. And I put it in the universe. It's me. It's on my fault. I probably
didn't
invented
say-
coffee cow, huh?
It's not in my slides,
fault
brother.
For saying glizzy. This is blaming the victim, bro. This is blaming the victim.
Well, you
All
know
right,
what we
okay.
could do? We could cover them up with coifs and lira pipes.
There you go.
which I think is so funny.
Dude, what if there's an
So
upgrade
if
for
you're barred
hair?
from, yeah, you just hide
You
it.
could earn that.
I just think these, if you look up these like funny 1600s paintings of peasants, they just look so funny.
Yeah.
So if you've been barred from the church, maybe you're in these peasantry outfits. I don't know. We'll get there. But I think the character design, there's a lot of good starting points. Now, you can't see it, but it says proximity chat is on. I think for all these spooky games, super important.
Yeah. Proc chat's super fun.
Yeah. Now, a little bit of context here because it's so janky. I wanted to show some like inspiration photos because the actual images you're going to see are basically just like blocks. So we were thinking the cart is just nicer, is just cooler than what I'm going to show you. On the left here, that my face is blocking, this one, it's like this obelisk. So you're going to see it on the cart. Imagine this like really beautiful but mysterious obelisk that has glowing letters. That's what's happening. And the way the cart system works, you're going to see it's a little fuzzy. But we were thinking something like a ski lift or a gondola where they're attached to these like ropes. And so they can move around wheels and stuff. They move up and down. So this has been figured out. But again, you're going to have to really kind of use your imagination.
Sure.
So you land on the island, and there is a man in a hood just cranking this wheel. He doesn't talk to you. He doesn't interact with you. He just constantly is moving the wheel and the rope attached to it. Yeah, he's absolutely shredded. He looks small, but he's so ripped.
He
doesn't say anything. He doesn't even acknowledge you. He's just pushing the rope.
Just cranking it, huh? That's awesome.
Your ship has crashed. You have nowhere to go, so you walk up to the rope and you discover a cart. Now, this cart system, the way it would work is like kind of like a gondola. They can attach to the rope. They're not like, they don't get obstructed by, stuff that gets attached to them. So there's poles and stuff, throughout the entire level that kind of hold it up, but they're pretty far apart. So it's a connected system. Now you hop on the cart with your friends and you travel. Oh, and you travel. Unfortunately, there's a massive crevasse. There's nowhere to go. You cannot you cannot traverse the crevasse. You try, you'll fall. It's not strong enough to actually get across. It'll just like break and fall.
Okay.
Not very helpful, but so you travel to the left. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is imagine more of a fog. Like the rope just kind of travels into infinity. There's like big fog kind of on the left and the right. So you can't just like see far into the distance. A big part of like what makes it so fun and mysterious is this rope is just traveling infinitely.
Yeah, you don't know where you're
right.
going.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. Part of it is the discovery and exploration.
You just fall in.
So you and your friends travel to the left. You don't see anything. You can't you can't see across the crevasse, and you can't travel across it. Now, because it's a crafty building game, you open up your menu and see there's a cart upgrade. You can traverse valleys if you build this cart upgrade. So naturally, what do? You and your boys want to build this big cart upgrade that's going to let you travel across this massive crevasse. Now, obviously, you got to use your imagination. Imagine something more spectacular, much, much bigger cliff faces that look spectacular. I just drew this up really quickly, added some ropes. Or imagine there's like ogres, like glowing eyes in the background. So it's a bit scarier when you actually cross.
Sure.
Something definitely with more tension and atmosphere.
Yeah.
But we want to focus on crafting. A big part of this is crafting. So building this upgrade. You can do a ton of different crafting. You can cook food. You can make torches, talismans. Because this is sort of like this fake religious, era in maybe the 1600s, we wanted to play on like the goofy, crazy, really wrong religious stuff that they used to think about, like, Ring Around the Rosie and how they used to like try and treat disease and stuff like that. We kind of want to play off that a little bit. I think that'd be kind of fun. We were thinking basic hunting tools and cart upgrades. That's a really big one. Right. Obviously, you want to upgrade the cart. We were also thinking that you're mostly defenseless except to hunt animals. I think a big part of the spooky, crafty sort of experience is you can't really defend yourself. A big part of it is like warding off creatures or, defending yourself, but really not attacking people.
Sure. So you can hunt like a small rabbit, but when the monster comes out, your little bow won't do anything.
Exactly.
Yeah,
or maybe we have small monsters that you can fight, but like the really big stuff you cannot.
Yeah.
So you go exploring to the forest. I created fake mushrooms. Maybe you're picking up mushrooms. Maybe you're chopping trees. Maybe you're harvesting sticks. All of the classic stuff to build things. That's just a mechanic that everybody loves. That works really, really well. We have all the systems from Atrioc. We have crafting menus. We have harvesting.
Yeah.
This is really a big part of our bread and butter. But a big part of this is atmosphere. I want you guys to feel like you're exploring a scary, spooky forest as these, Catholic bard priests. So as you're exploring the forest, you hear something rumbling in the dark, and a big, scary monster comes up to you. Now, if you're lucky, you can make it back to the cart in time, because the cart is the only place that keeps you safe. This mysterious obelisk, you can pray to it. And if you give it a sacrifice, we were thinking something, mysterious, like a rabbit's foot and 3 drops of blood and wheatgrass, then it'll create like this barrier on the cart itself to keep you safe. What's so cool about this mechanic, and Choo Choo Charles did this really, really well. Oh, let's pause this. Good. Okay. What's so cool about this, and Choo Choo Charles did this really, really well, is it creates this beautiful game design mechanic where the farther you travel, the more you're in danger. Because obviously, if you're close to the cart, if the monster tries to attack you, you just hop in the cart and you're safe.
Right.
But we're not going to give it to you so easily. We're going to place the really good stuff farther away. So you and your friends are going to have to travel into the dark through the forest. And the farther you go, the more chances are if you run into the big bad guy, you're done. It's
dead.
over. Super scary. And so you're always on edge trying to track this monster. Imagine there's one really big monster. If he comes from the left-hand side, it's a little more safe to go right. But if you go really far, he can travel, and then you lose track of him, and then all of a sudden you don't know where he is.
Yeah, okay.
Super scary. Or you get lost from your friends and he just disappears. Who knows?
I mean, even the idea of walking through the fog in proximity chat, yelling to find your friends is really fun, Or if you hear somebody screaming in the distance, you're like, oh shit, I better run, get back to the cart.
And what's so cool about this is lots of games do this. You build a fort in Rust, you build forts in, other places. It's stationary. So you get used to that environment around you. You explore that and you become a master of that territory. And the farther you push out, the more you learn it. You keep pushing, the more you learn it, which is great. Except your base this time moves. So every time you traverse, you don't know the area. And so every experience is new, which makes it scarier, which is kind of fun. There's that moving safety net, this moving bubble just creates a totally different, unique experience. I love that. Now, what's cool is a big part of this game, and I stole this map from Choo Choo Charles, just wanted to show that. What's super cool about this is exploration is going to be a huge part of this game, like I mentioned before. This is maybe where the rope travels. Maybe there's alternate routes. We're not going to go crazy. I think it's really important to not have too many routes. But, imagine someone is controlling the cart and your friend is lagging behind. And it's like, oh, I'll just follow the rope. I know exactly where they go. And then there's 2 ropes going across. And then you're like, oh, shit. I don't know where they are. A lot of cool experiences that can come from this.
Yeah, for sure.
We're obviously going to place really interesting landmarks. Maybe there's, broken villages or altars or, this is boring ChatGPT generators. It's pretty generic. But I think a big part of this is our focus would be to create these unique places to explore that give you rewards and have stuff you can harvest and give you big upgrades and stuff like that. Now, I had mentioned cart upgrades really important. What we would do is you have to upgrade the cart to travel to these different biomes. And so the game loop that you would be experiencing is, let's say you're in the sand pits. So I already showed you that can you see my cursor?
Yep.
You probably can't. Oh, you can see it.
Oh no, sorry, I can't.
Okay, that's fine.
See your screen.
Now imagine the starting point is in the sand pit. We traveled to the right. We couldn't travel across the crevasse. We traveled to the left. We couldn't travel across the crevasse. So we had to explore the sand pit and upgrade our cart, which then unlocks the cursed hoodoos. And that would give you access to more resources, which then lets you upgrade your cart, which then lets you go to the swamplands to get more resources, so on and so forth. And so every time you traverse, you get stronger and more powerful, and your team gets better, and your cart gets better.
Makes sense.
And then the goal, on top of that, the high-level goal, is to find these tomes, which then will lead you to, the bishop, and then will let you escape. So that's kind of the main mechanics of the game. Now, before I wrap up, we need to talk about cart upgrades because they're so important.
Okay.
We were imagining, if you've played Raft,
Yeah. I
It's
argue
kind of the
with
same
fans in
thing where
love for 3 hours about who's the
Yeah.
captain.
A big part of this is like expanding your raft. You're going and finding pieces, then making it bigger. Maybe you can build vertical. Maybe you can like, have, storage and all sorts of stuff. I think the experience will be somewhat similar. Maybe we'll have to make the cart bigger than what I showed. We'll have to figure that piece out. But I wanted to, pull on some reference that you may know. And I thought raft was cool because you're on this floating thing that's constantly moving. Cart upgrades that you can have, a bigger cart. I'm going to skip faster cart for now. Talk about more storage. Also terrain. You got to travel to new biomes. That's that map that I showed you. And then the unique stuff. Crafting stations. Maybe you unlock the ability to smelt, so you get metal stuff. Maybe we do basic automation where, your smelter drops ingots and then the ingots get put into a chest. We wouldn't go crazy. I think that would break all the game balancing. So you wouldn't be, having splitters and stuff like that. But, we do have automation in our code base, so we can use that.
Sure.
It could be fun to, really play on the proximity chat. Maybe there's a loudspeaker on the card itself, so you can yell at your friends, but they can't yell back. That like one line of
Oh,
communication.
like a horn or something, so you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of cool stuff like that. A sacrificial altar where maybe you get buffs and stuff. I think if we're going to play on the religious side of things, like that pseudo religion, fake religion stuff, I think that'd be fun. And then obviously, I think personalization is really important. I think people want to deck out their cart. They want to play it in copper and make it fancy. I think that'd be cool. So we really want to emphasize the crafty, buildy personalization stuff. And if you manage to get to the end, you can travel through the island, grab the tomes, and then escape. So that is the rope. And I want to talk about the biggest unknowns, because there are some. We're not sure, how the monsters are going to work. Our initial thought is like, maybe we'll have a bunch of smaller monsters. Maybe you can fight them. And then we'll have one huge monster. I think a lot of scary, spooky games, once you interact with the monster like once or twice, the magic is lost pretty quickly. And so if there's only one monster, you lose that anticipation, that anxiety really quickly.
Right.
But if we have a bunch of smaller monsters, you can interact with them and not be bored. And then every time you interact with the big monster, it can be very rare. And that way the tension can always sort of be there.
Yeah, I mean, you really want the
Scared
big
level.
monster to be like almost certain death.
Yeah.
If he
Yeah, for
shows
sure.
up and it's the huge thudding sound, then you want to feel truly scared.
So, we're not sure about scare level. I think this is a really tricky one to nail. There's like a really small audience of people who like really truly scary games, but because this is co-op, having we got to balance that scare level, and we don't know where that line is. My gut is like pretty low, like not super scary. Like we kind of want it to be like spooky-ish, or maybe there's a setting where
that
you
scary
can like,
because chat is cowardly. They couldn't. If it's actually scary, chat will freak out, dude. It has to be. It has to be like so lightly scary.
I think what's cool is if we do a really good job with the building mechanics, then we can get away with it not being super scary and focus on the fun aspect of just building and
Yeah,
harvesting.
like Lethal Company scary, I guess is the right amount to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've never made a horror game before. Atrioc was like slightly spooky, but really not. So we don't know.
Yeah, it would be funny. I mean, to stand out a little bit. It would be funny to make one of these type of games where it really is scary.
And then people just lose it.
Like you'd have a smaller overall audience, but you would attract people looking for something a little more
Intense
or different. It's not that crazy to try and go for scary. Although I don't know, it's tough. Phasmophobia, is that scary? It was scarier. It was scarier than
for sure.
Yeah.
Lots of unknowns.
Yeah.
I think the other big one is we've done this pitch obviously to a bunch of people, and it's been pretty split. Some people are like not super pumped about only playing it once. Roguelikes right now and replayability are pretty hot, and so a lot of people are very interested in a ton of replayability. I have no idea what it would look like. We could obviously explore it. I don't think it's impossible to change this to be very replayable. So a bunch of friends can come in and out. But the crafty buildy stuff, really tends to lend itself to a more focused playthrough. So I don't know. That one's on the table.
Okay.
But if it is single playthrough, like how does death work? So we're not really sure. Maybe you have to sacrifice something to bring them back, or they're a ghost, and but there needs to be some sort of mechanic where you can bring them back.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I feel like it's not too hard to pivot this game into being replayable / roguelike.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem hard at all, but maybe it's just a different experience.
Yeah. Because I guess the way I think about it is the forest is not replayable. I mean, it's somewhat replayable, and people love that game. Like it's such a fun game just to play 10 hours with your friends and build a giant base, and then when you're done, you're done. So
is Subnautica co-op?
No, but the new one is if it comes out.
I see.
There's some drama there.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there is a Subnautica vibe here with
For sure.
the big, scary, deadly monsters and the exploration and the. I think there could be a Subnautica type beat. Okay, very cool. So we've got 3 pitches in the books: Mine the Mountain, Smugglers in Space, and The Rope. And chat, it is time for you to do your due diligence as faithful servants of democracy. And
I got one more thing.
Oh, you got one more thing.
Follow-up. I got one more follow-up.
Whoa. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a quick recap because this has been on for a little while. So I wanted to give people a quick recap so they can be reminded of what the games are, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
First, I want to talk about something that's really important, the gap. And I'm not talking about the Gene Store. I'm talking about the buying experience. So for you guys, when you shop on Steam, most of the time, there's this experience of, oh, this looks kind of cool. And when you're scrolling through or you see ideas or, if someone pitches an idea to you, you go, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, I would play it, like whatever. And then when it comes to actually buying it, you would never, right? Think about how many times you scrolled on Steam and be like, yeah, okay. But am I going to pay the money? Nah. Versus, oh my God, I need to play this. Silk Song, whatever game floats your boat, Slay the Spire 2, Hades 2. There's like a few, small selection of games that just tap into your brain and make you go, oh, I'm playing that day one, and nothing is going to stop you from buying it. Like there's no way you're not going to play that game. We are looking for, oh my God, I need to play this. So if none of these games, do that for you, that's okay. We won't be offended. There's going to be an option to vote for none. And that's really important because if everybody votes for none, then that means all of these ideas aren't good enough because we don't want to spend, 2, 3, 4 years on an idea that nobody's excited about. That's probably the worst thing that could happen. I'll push back on that a
little bit. I mean, if everybody votes none, that's probably a bad sign. But I, in the real marketplace, probably like 80% of people here or more should vote none. Really, like the amount of people in this chat that have bought Get to Work is probably really low, and that game was successful. There's people that have bought it for sure, but we're just trying to find in the entire internet some group of people that would really like it. It's not everyone here. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like most people here won't buy any of the games. They're gonna play fucking League of Legends and Rocket League. They're gonna play. That's true. They're gonna play the few games they're hooked on for the rest of their life. So we're just trying to find a small group of people who are passionate about some specific game that we can, and then assume they're representative of a larger. There's enough people in the larger pool that you can make a successful game.
Definitely. Chat, you've done great so far, so I wanted to reward you with some artwork. Found this on the Reddit today. Not getting enough representation to the beautiful artists. They don't need to be
rewarded with this, and this is not this is not part of the pitch in any way. Don't vote for this one. This is the game where I'm Atlas holding up the world, but it's made of coffee and I'm drinking it.
Atlas chugging. That was the title.
Atlas chugged. That actually is fire. Well, let's make that game. Atlas chugged. The game where you drink the whole world's coffee. That's actually really powerful.
That's why they pay chat the big bucks. Okay. You guys all got your refresher, a little bit of a breather. Yep. Now I'm going to do a quick recap, and then we're going to vote. Okay? So, quick recap. Mine the Mountain is a single-player vertical automation game where the goal is to reach the top of the mountain. If you've played Factorio or Satisfactory, this is the game for you. Smugglers in Space, an online co-op. Slay the Spire meets Lethal Company. Roguelike elements is pretty chaotic. You captain a ship and smuggle a package across the universe. You can have ship augments where you can, have random builds. You're going to have deck builds where, the ship gives you abilities and you play through turns. And then there's the Rope, which is a spooky, crafty building game. And the goal is to upgrade your cart and escape the island. You're going to be playing as these goofy, funny Roman tonsure bard Catholic priests, and you're traveling on this cart on a rope, and there's a big, spooky, scary monster. So those are the options. I put a none option. Mods, should we do a poll?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I'm going to make a poll.
Okay.
Poll. Dude, my computer is fucking chugging more than me.
How was that, chat? How did we do? What do we think? Was my presentation skills okay?
It was good, Isto. It was good. People are excited about various games of their choosing, and we are going to get their honest data right now.
What do we do if it's another even split like it was for my audience?
Then
We'll just
kill
roll the dice.
one chatter and we roll the poll again until they get it right. We just keep killing one chatter at a time. All right, I have, dude, no matter how many times I fix this computer and I even got a new AMD processor, it can't survive me having this Photoshop file open that has 700,000 layers that I've been using for 4 years for all my thumbnails.
Nothing says degenerate like your Photoshop.
You have that.
I can't fathom how or why you would do that.
It just cooks your RAM. Nothing you can do about it. Okay. I think
R-Dub says he can make it.
Yeah, make the poll. R-Dub's 1, 2, or 3. Mine the Mountain.
Mine the Mountain is 1. Smugglers in Space is 2. The Rope is 3. And none is 4. Unless you don't want to do none.
4's none.
But I have them. If you want to show my screen, you can as well. I have it still open.
Okay. I will. There it is. Nope, wrong scene. There it is. 1, 2, or 3. Is the poll up?
The poll's up.
Cast your votes!
So fun. Do we play a song? What do we do here? Do we just sit in silence?
Yeah, I'll play. Dude, I used to have a button for this. Oh my god! All right. No, it'll actually get us demonetized.
Okay.
I can't. I was gonna play
I streamed for the first time, which is kind of a freaky experience. I definitely played a ton of the Atrioc soundtracks, which is kind of hype. I get it now. Dude, I get Icarus. There was this one obstacle that was just like dunking on me. And so I just, every time I got there, I played Icarus.
Yeah, you just gotta.
And then I played God Gamer.
And then it helps you power up.
Yeah, it sure does. It's crazy. I will say my motivation to deal with getting dunked on or falling to the bottom is so much higher when there's other people watching. If I were alone in my basement, like playing it, I think I would want to give up way quicker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is kind of hype. It's kind of cool to feel different because of some sort of external factor.
Holy.
So I get why Squeaks can just like lock in for 16 hours with socks on his hands and just play.
Squeaks told me. I mean, he might have been covering his ass for doing such a bad time. I was like, it took you 8 hours to beat the DLC, and he's like, yeah, I like to go slow because it fills more hours. He just wants to fill it. He's like, I like that game because I can fill as many hours as I needed.
That's so funny.
He's just always trying to fill hours, bro.
What's he doing right now? Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's taking over. Did you see Wubby played it? Dude, Wubby's TTS is unhinged, but so funny.
Wubby's so fun to watch play get to work. All right, our timer has 10 seconds left. Our music timer. 10 seconds.
Come on, chat.
Get
you can
your
do
votes in. Let us know what you are honestly thinking. Which one sounds most intriguing to you? Our song is done. The winner is Smugglers in Space with 32%.
Wow.
Right behind that is The Rope at 27%. Right behind that is Mind the Mountain at 23%. And then None is bringing up the rear at 18%. Very close race. 470 votes for Strugglers in Space. It says Strugglers. And basically 400 for The Rope. Very close. Very close. Russian
But more definitive
bots
than what
voted.
we had.
Russian bots. Stop the steal. Okay, well, that's the vote. So
That's fantastic.
Again, no promises from your end, I think, right? But this is helpful data.
Insanely helpful.
And you can go back and read the chat when they were pitching and see if you want to, I don't know, get reactions live to the things you were saying or whatever.
Yeah,
but,
I definitely will.
Okay, very cool. That's exciting.
Do you have a favorite? Do you want to say, or do you want to?
Well, the poll's over, so I'll tell you. My favorite's probably The Rope from what we've discussed, though I did like your pitch for Smugglers in Space this time around. This is the best version of it that I've heard, and it does sound pretty fun. I do like The Rope the most, and for me, The Rope would be the best if it was able to be played single player and the co-op was optional. So it's really built into this cohesive single player upgrade, move on experience where you really enjoy it. And then the co-op adds more fun to that. That would be my dream solution. But all these are very cool. Even Mind the Mountain looks very cool. It's not even my kind of game at all, but it does look cool. So you probably got no bad choices here, Isto. And as you know better than me, at the end of the day, like any idea can work with the right execution, right? It's like just if it hits the right moment. But yeah, they all look cool. So thanks, Chef, for your help. Hopefully that helped you. And feel free to come on stream anytime you have more updates you want to share with the audience.
Sounds good. Isto, only bots voted to don't listen to Putin.
Vladimir Putin influencing this vote.
He's got a lot to gain.
Very important to the Kremlin that their choice wins this vote. And we have to keep him out. We have to keep Vlad from stealing this election. How do you think he got to the top? All right. Well, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. And excited to see more updates in the future.
We'll talk soon.
All right.
Have fun, chat. What are you guys doing next?
Oh, just politics, talk about the news.
Love it. So fun.
It can be.
Nothing like a little uplifting.
That's
talk
like a
about
little uplifting
right
spirits. All right. Thanks, Isto. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Bye. Good man, that Isto. Hope you enjoyed his pitches. I certainly did. Thank you for voting. If you have any thoughts, feel free to drop them in the Discord, I guess, or maybe send him direct. He's got a Discord. You can drop them there. But I think they're all pretty exciting. And I've seen some of those pitches before. We've talked about them, obviously, but those were the most polished versions. And I think they're all looking pretty good. So we all agreed on Minecraft 2, the Hunter Biden story. Minecraft 2, the Hunter Biden story. That's a game. Now that's a fucking game. You sneaking around the White House trying to do crack without your father, Joe Biden, catching you. That's fun. That's fun. I mean, it's got a little bit of drama, a little bit of tension. It's politically relevant. And you can get laptops to power up. Finding Hunter Biden's laptop is like a Mario power up, dude. That's actually a pretty fucking good game. I did notice that none of the pitches had deep cynical monetization. None of them had loot boxes. None of them had gotcha. None of them had battle passes. And I do think that's a bit of an L in today's environment. People really need that to even feel alive. Nobody can pay attention to a video game that isn't constantly trying to exploit their brain. Why didn't Isto say release the list? Does he not think they should release the Epstein files? That's a really good point. He never made his stance clear on whether or not he thought the Epstein files should be released. It does make you think. I will have to look into that. I'll have to look into that. But speaking of that, wait, I just want to make sure that I have changed my title. Okay. W transition. Let's fucking talk. Today, Wall Street Journal openly said, where is it? This qualifies as a bombshell article, but to most people, this is not news, I guess. But they said it. They finally said it. Like a major press outlet said, listen, exclusive news, that they're saying on the record, the Justice Department has told Trump back in May that he is on the Epstein files, that his name is in there. And that Trump, they're claiming that Trump has known since May that he is on the files, and that is why he is not wanting them released and wants to bury them. And not only did they say that, but this article confirms that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel also know this, and that Kash Patel has actually told people around him that Trump is on the files, and that is one of the reasons they are not being released. Not only that, I mean, this alleges that the files do exist, and there are a lot of people on them. Let's go through it. I mean, when Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times. They briefed him in May, okay? And then they said they're not going to release any of the documents to protect the victim's personal information. So this is what they're alleging. Now, again, Wall Street Journal, owned by Rupert Murdoch, is in a lawsuit with Trump right now. Trump is suing them over them saying that he gave Jeffrey Epstein this weird letter on his birthday. But this is a clear statement from a major press outlet. And they're saying it openly, and in fact, even address the fact that they are being sued by him. They are confident that there's in their sources and what they're saying enough to post this. So, and again, this is a right-leaning institution. That's correct. This is a right-leaning magazine. So there's a lot to look at here. Let's see. Yeah, FBI Director Kash Patel has privately told other government officials that Trump's name appeared in the files. Trump obviously claims that they were friends, but it ended before any of the bad stuff happened, and Trump hasn't talked to him for years, and and they're not as close as implied. Trump supporters claim the documents would expose global elites and powerful Democrats who spent time with the disgraced financier. The decision to not release the files has triggered the most serious backlash from Trump's political base. We talk about it. I mean, this is clearly the issue that has been most damaging to him of any issue thus far. People are very mad about it, and it does seem almost confirmed at this point that in some way he is mentioned in these files that are now being refused to be released. Now, there was a vote in the House to release more of the files, and then Speaker of the House Mike Johnson sent everybody home. He cut the legislative session short so they couldn't vote on it. So the vote didn't happen. So we're still on a TBD. A spokesman for Dow Jones said, "We have full confidence in the rigor and accuracy of our reporting and will vigorously defend any lawsuit." So they're saying it and saying they believe in their sources and they're standing up for it. 300 gigabytes of Epstein-related material. None of it's been released. And when asked about it in July, they asked her directly if Pam Bondi told him that your name appeared in the files, and he said no. So what this article is alleging is that was a lie. He was very aware in May that his name were in the files, and then July, when asked about it, he lied. So we don't know, but this is a bigger step. The story continues to evolve. And by the way, not to Occam's razor again here, but it just seems like this is the likely reason for everything. This explains his actions and his behavior. He's on the list and is aware of that. He knows it's happened. He's been told, and that is why he wants the story to go away. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want it to be released. But it is crazy because now we have, again, Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News versus Trump. There's a legal battle, a major legal battle. This is like the media empire that helped bring him to power. That fracturing is so crazy. Was he naive to think he wasn't on the list or that he could hide it? After being briefed, I assumed he thought he could hide it. I thought he could just bury the story. But the story's not going away, and the new details continue to come out about his relationship with Epstein. And now he has people just talking about it openly. Like people that work for him are talking about it openly. Nearly all the podcast bros who endorse him are walking it back to their entire audience. Yeah, I mean, Lemonade Stand, we had to do a special apology episode for helping get Trump elected. Because we had our Vote Trump 24 early episodes. And like those, they look bad now. We had the campaign slogan, "He's not on the list." And we were running on that, and now it's like, damn it seems like he may actually be on that fucking list, bro. He may actually be on that list. You live and learn. What are you going to do? It was in fashion at the time. Yeah, exactly. You did give him that Tesla. So anyway, this is... I think the two key takeaways from this are, number one, the Wall Street Journal is saying they have the sources and can back up this statement that Donald Trump is on the list and people know about it. And that is one of the main reasons that it is being buried. Same thing that what Elon Musk said, but now it's not just a jilted ex-billionaire Elon Musk or ex-billionaire friend Elon Musk. It's now a news outlet. But then also the second thing is that Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch are now in open war with Donald Trump. Now there's a actual battle between major right-leaning news outlets and Donald Trump over the Epstein list, which is also interesting. There's like two major updates. If it became 100% clear he was on the list and is a pedo, what do you think would happen? It's a great question. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. Like, if the list was released and he's in it, I guess it depends on whether, on what and how he's mentioned in it. I think if it depends on how damning the evidence is, right? If it was released, if it's Trump on tape or something, then I think he actually would get impeached. I think that would be such a damning thing. Again, this article already talks about people like Bongino, Dan Bongino, deputy FBI director, who is like part-time podcaster. He's a part-time podcaster and media personality and our deputy FBI director. And Bongino here built his career and his media profile and has these fans because of him constantly saying, we're going to release the list. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to get these elites. Okay? And now that they're not doing it, he's having a big fallout because he's telling Pam Bondi, hey, I'm getting roasted here. Okay? It's eroding my credibility among my base of support. So there are people that if the list came out and was damning for Trump, truly damning, I think would turn on him because it keeps their support. It's cynically, but they want to just keep their base. Will that happen? I think unlikely that the list comes out and it's purely damning for the president. I think it's going to be heavily redacted and maybe there's a mention of him, maybe, but it seems like they're just not going to release it. Do you think Ghislaine's getting a pardon? Ghislaine is getting a pardon? No, I don't think Ghislaine's getting a pardon. I don't think that's politically tenable, no matter how much pull you have. But she is talking about wanting to be interviewed. Ghislaine Maxwell continues to talk about wanting to be interviewed. She had a trial where she didn't testify. She's just been in custody since 2020, was found guilty since 20 years, and hasn't been spoken to at all. She didn't get to testify or speak at her trial. And so they're talking about the Justice Department having a meeting with her to get additional information. You assume she has all of this details in her head, given how close she was to the operation. And people are saying she's going to die, but boy, if it wasn't a conspiracy theory before, if Ghislaine Maxwell dies before testifying, you understand, people would actually riot. It actually would be unavoidable. It's not, people would actually lose their shit. There's no way you could bury that story and be like, nah, it's not a big deal. So I really don't think that's how they'll do it. I think some other method than her just dying. Even Eamon Gaiman would have to admit that would be a weird coincidence. Presidential pardon, she keeps her mouth shut. I mean, pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell would also be a bad look, right? Tough to explain that too, given this increasing scrutiny. This poor guy. What is this? Dude. He's a children's hospital pediatric psychologist. He's a hero. He helps children with ADHD. And his name is Jeffrey Epstein. That's so unlucky. That's so unlucky, bro. You got to change your name? Do you feel bad for him? That's his name for his whole life. The Epstein thing's relatively recent. He looks like he's in his 40s or 50s. That's tough to change your life, bro. But to work specifically with kids and be named Jeffrey Epstein is just a fucking nightmare. He's been working at Cincinnati Children from 2005. That's bad RNG. You got to feel bad for that other guy in Austria named Adolf Hitler in the 40s. He's just a nice guy. Just a local baker named Adolf Hitler. Oh, boy, he got burned by that one. What did you say your kid's doctor's name is? Oh, Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think this is a move people to try and bait and switch Trump to Vance with his Epstein stuff? That's a great follow-up question. So here's the thing. You know, the rumor mill is swarming, but Vance just met with Rupert Murdoch, whoever's running News Corp now, at their ranch. Like Vance is still keeping ties with the Fox News. He's dude, there's nobody more Littlefinger than JD Vance. I gotta be honest with you. Nobody is more chaos as a ladder than JD Vance. He is constantly shifting opinions and whatever to just fucking rise the ladder, dude. He'll do whatever it takes. He already is the odds-on frontrunner, just ahead of Trump third term, I think, for Republicans 28. Republicans 2028. Yeah, he's dominating. So, what is this link?
Have you ever had a
What is this? Is this just him saying they're friends? We talked about this.
personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Is this fake or real? People are linking. I feel like I would have seen this. People are saying real, but finish the clip. I'm not going to finish the clip until I know it's real.
With Donald Trump.
Otherwise, I'm just spreading misinformation. Listen, I already think Trump's on the list from the fucking verified sources. I don't need to have
females under the age of 18.
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right, sir.
Have you ever had a personal...
Seems like a simple no, but... Hit him with three different amendments. Hit him with 3 different amendments. Constitutional Grand Slam. Anyway, so we'll see how this plays out, but this is the first I've seen, you know, from going to conspiracy theory, fake news or whatever, to having one of the most right-leaning journalism outlets say, confirmed, you were on the list and have known about it since May. It's like, the story's accelerating fast. So we'll have to keep following up, but more details are coming out. Now, the one thing I will mention is that like none of this information came out until, 6 months into his term. That's just crazy. All these news organizations just decided to, we'll get to it later. We'll do some deep reporting on his second term, but whatever. Does it matter to Trump supporters? Bro, I think this is the dumbest fucking question. People keep answering it. All I got to tell you is it matters to some of them. They're not a hive mind. It's different. Some people this matters to, some people it doesn't. So it's everything is a fucking choice like that. Street saying Wall Street Journal has another bullet. I mean, this alone is a bullet. What I think is interesting about this is like they are not like saying some sources say we don't know. They're saying this happened, and when questioned about it, saying we believe in our sources and we are in the accuracy of our reporting, which means they're willing to like be sued on it and back it up. They know they're going to be sued, and they know they can win the lawsuit. So it's like that alone is a big deal. It's a deep-pocketed news organization saying something controversial about the president and knowing they'll be sued about it and willing to make that fight. That's why it's a big deal. Why are they saying it now? I mean, they could have just found out about it. I'm saying they should have said it earlier, but this story specifically is that he is on the list and has known about it since May, and then he was told. They're saying that Pam Bondi got the Epstein files, looked at him, saw his name was in them, and told him in May. And then since then, all of his actions make sense. The idea that they've been downplaying, trying to move past the story, that just to clear it up, that is what we're talking about today. You're still talking about this? Who's even still talking about this Epstein stuff? You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? That creep? Time to move on. Trump in my chat. It's 2019. Democrats not jumping on this is the biggest fumble ever. I've come to a new theory about Democrats, which is that the best thing they can do is not jump on anything because they're so unpopular that they bring it down. Like, people are like, Kamala Harris should speak up, or these people should speak up. And it's like, no, actually they shouldn't. They should say nothing. They should pretend they don't exist. When they speak up, it actually just, people reflexively counter them. They reflexively don't want to be on their side. Don't let them cook. Pokemon released the list. Pokemon released the list, huh? Yeah. That's my honest theory, is that the best Democratic strategy is to shut the fuck up and say nothing, because everything you do backfires. Until you can figure out how to have coherent, strong, forceful messaging, just say fucking nothing. And then the fuck ups of the administration are obvious to everyone. I literally think this person exists. I'm going to describe you a person. A person who voted for Trump is kind of realizing they made a mistake, recognizes that he's probably on the fucking Epstein list, but hates ex-Democrats so much that when they hear them call him out for it, they dig their heels in. This person exists. This person exists and like could be it's like not an uncommon person. And I actually think this person is super winnable. Because Trump is doing a really bad job, bro. Straight up. He's just not doing a good job on so many levels. Somebody gave me a really good point. I actually was talking to a Republican, and they said the Epstein thing is like a nice out. It's like a nice off-ramp. If you were a big diehard supporter of Trump, it's hard to be like, dude, the tariffs fucking suck, actually, or like the economy's not really getting better. But like the Epstein thing is like, hey, he lied about this. You know what? I'm done. I'm changing my opinion. It's like a nice out. It's like a nice way to be like, well, that's a line for me because it's like acceptable. It's an acceptable out. And so I think some people are taking it just because I can't stress. I talk about this all the time, but I can't stress enough how much this economy is not working for regular people. I do not care what number you throw at me. It's just not. It's just not working for most people. Everyone is noticing. The difficulty of housing, the difficulty of finding a job. The people are more stretched for credit. Dude, when I posted that last clip talking about the massive gap between sentiment and the reported jobs numbers, people were telling me, like, dude, there were some incredible comments of people that like work in bankruptcy, and they were like, they've never been this busy. I work as a financial analyst. I've never had this many clients tell me that they're behind on their bills or they have to do revolving credit, or there's just there's so much of that. And it's so clear that people thought this would be better quicker because he promised to be better quicker, and it's not. The Epstein estate claims to have the birthday book and is willing to turn it over. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just so obvious that birthday letter is real because it's too weird to be fake. You know what I'm saying? It's too specific. The details are too specific to be, you know what I'm saying? It's not something you would, if you would make up something, it would be different. If Obama was cooking up something, you could do something better than that, actually. It's so obvious. What is the birthday story? Donald Trump wrote Epstein a letter for his 50th birthday where he said, "You're an enigma who has a secret we both share," on an outline of women's breasts that he drew, that he doodled. And his response was to say, "It's fake. I don't doodle. I don't talk like that." He doesn't really talk like that, but he does doodle, proven. And people are saying that the book exists and is real. And as CoffeeZilla pointed out, everyone else in that book has mentioned that, like, well, maybe it exists. I don't know what I wrote then or whatever, but there's evidence of the book existing. Epstein front row at Donald Trump's wedding. That's not a great look. That's not a great look. He was a +1. Your Honor, I didn't know Epstein was going to be there. He was a +1. Someone else brought him. What are you going to fucking... I could turn away at the door. It'd be a bad look. You know what's weird? 2 other things I learned about this. I feel like I'm learning more about the whole Epstein thing than I ever possibly wanted. But Howard Lutnick, who is our United States Secretary of Commerce and one of my most hated men. I'm so glad he doesn't have Scott Bessent's job. Howard Lutnick wasn't just close with Jeffrey Epstein. He was his neighbor, bro. Like, not a neighbor doesn't even put it close enough. Their buildings, their rooms touched. Specifically, if Howard Lutnick wanted to go, I can't find it. Wait. I wonder if I could find it. Give me 1 second. I think I have. Yeah, here it is. Okay. This is the Google Maps between Jeffrey Epstein's penthouse and Howard Lutnick's. So they were fucking close, bro. It's just interesting that they show up like that. And then what's weird is there was another New York press mogul, similar to Rupert Murdoch, which was Robert Maxwell, who is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. And he owned like the NY Post and a couple other things. And he, right before he was about to be uncovered for massive financial fraud, basically stealing all the money from the pensions of his company to live lavishly, he died mysteriously on his yacht. I didn't know any of this. But her dad has it. Robert Maxwell. So it happens. It happens. I mean, he could have killed himself. That one, he actually could have killed himself because he was about to be exposed for massive financial crimes. But there's a lot of stuff that, is just like weird and everyone moved past. Very strange. Very strange. Very odd champ. It really feels like this year is the final season of U.S. politics. Bro, I feel like this year is just beginning. I feel like this is like the beginning of the MCU. Dude, we haven't even got to Endgame yet, bro. This is like, we're just kicking off something crazy. But I do want to know what's going to happen with this. I don't know. People are concerned. What is this?
1/5.
Nah, I don't care about that. Atrioc is causing all these insane politics for more viewers. Yeah, I met up with Barack Obama and I wrote these lists myself because I thought it would make a great clip. And I have to admit it. I have to admit it. Trump interview from yesterday. What's this?
Day report. Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
First of all, I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend
Epstein.
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
mean,
they
she's
made
a
it
child alleged child sex
such a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
That's funny. That's funny. You just gotta wish him well. You gotta wish him well. You know, Trump's always been he's a man who just doesn't have enemies. You know, doesn't matter who it is. He wishes them well. He's willing to turn the other cheek, even for someone who's under arrest for child sex trafficking. He'll make that. He's a forgiver. He doesn't hold grudges. Famously is not still obsessed with Rosie O'Donnell for New York drama in the 80s. Still, he just moves on. He just moves on. Do you think you have something you can learn from Trump and you could one day find yourself wishing Dan Clancy well? Dude, I told you guys, but I'm going to be doing this show with Dan Clancy, I think. I'm doing like a Shark Tank thing. I don't know when it is, but it's Dan Clancy and me as guest judges. And so, am I going to ask him about Clancyville? Yes. Am I going to get to the bottom of Clancyville? Absolutely. Absolutely. But am I going to squash the beef? Probably also that. This is not a bit. I'm actually going to be on a Shark Tank thing. Not Crypto Shark Tank. It's a different thing. When is this? I need to check this out. August 13th. When is that? So that's in like 3 weeks. Yeah, in like 3 weeks, I'm going to do a show with Dan Clancy. I don't know if it's live or if it's recorded. But I am going to meet Dirty Dan. Is it in Clancyville? I'm actually barred from going, so no. We had to host it in Los Angeles. My passport is banned from Clancyville because of my thought crimes against the state. You should open by calling him Dirty Dan. I just can't not bring up Clancyville. He owns a megatropolis, 10 million strong. I have to mention it, but I will be cordial. Okay, we're both co-hosts here. I don't want to let my drama. It's bigger than Tokyo. It's bigger than Tokyo. Please, throughout all the pitches, just sneak in Clancyville stats when giving feedback. Hey, great pitch. Great pitch. This would really be useful to citizens of Clancyville. I heard they have a real problem with lead in their water. So this filter would actually be really good. There's 10 million people there, so you could actually save a lot of lives. Wouldn't you say so, Dan? Dan, what do you think about Clancyville's crime rate? Oh, this go over well in Clancyville. Anyway, he's a smooth talker. So by the end of our conversation, I might be rating him because he seems to be really wanting people to rate him. So, guys, we might be rating Dan Clancy after the co-host guest judge. Bro got me starting to believe this is a real city. I'm not joking. I wouldn't make this up. I wouldn't run with a bit this long. Clancyville's a real city, and it's 10 million strong. And he has complete and total dominion over it. that's the things you need to know, is that he has complete and total dominance over a massive, massive mega city. It's a kingdom, really. His word is law. It's walkable, though. Yeah, I mean, the Clancy train will get you around, but to what end? Okay, one other thing I want to talk about today. Today, Wednesday, was Tesla earnings day. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Dude, everything's freezing because of this fucking Photoshop. Where the fuck? Oh my God. I also have... Dude, I have like 600,000 Age of Empires replays open too. I was mass sorting every Age of Empires replay to find pro players that played Vikings. I was mass sorting every single game played in the internet in the past 6 months to try and find all good players playing Vikings so I could fucking learn. Sorry, let me just fucking close this. Okay. Okay. All right. So, listen, today, Tesla earnings. Now, this whole week has actually been big tech earnings season. I talked about this on the podcast, but the main theme of it has been investors asking questions about profitability, which Wall Street for a long time has been content to be like, oh, you said the word AI? Stock go up. You're good. But now Wall Street analysts and hedge funds have been asking on these calls, hey, when are we going to see a return from all this AI spending? Like when you're spending hundreds of billions of dollars, that's really cool. How does that make money? So that's the bigger theme around big tech. However, in Tesla's case, that doesn't even really matter because the car business is not profitable. The car business is already declining. It's not even growing. So today was Tesla earnings, and it came out that the Q2 revenue was having the largest year-over-year decline it's had in a decade. Okay? Big drop. 16% slide in profits. Now, it's not a massive drop. It's not like a collapse. It's not like Lockheed Martin, which announced an 80% profit drop. But it is a consistent declining car sales. That's the root of it. They are basically reporting they are selling fewer cars every quarter. And the company is priced as if it's on rocket ship growth. And instead it's seeing like slow decline. So that's, obviously doesn't make a lot of sense. And Elon Musk said openly, this is crazy. The CEO on the call goes, yeah, we could have a rough few quarters. Things are going to be rough for the foreseeable future. By the way, a few quarters for Elon Musk, when it's promising new products, could be 12 years. But he basically said, okay, things are looking rough for the next, foreseeable future until we get robo-taxis and Optimus robots and more affordable vehicles. And we've heard this story before. But the reason he's saying it's going to be so rough in the near-term future is not just because car sales are down, but because they are finally getting cut off from the government teat. Okay? The one thing about the big, beautiful bill that is really hurting Tesla, the reason he was so against it, by the way, is that it no longer they can get money, huge amounts of money, from selling carbon credits. selling regulatory EV credits to other car companies. And last year, they made $3 billion from these sales, which is like all of their profit. This is gone. It's already halving this quarter. It's going to get smaller every quarter. So all that money they could get from selling EV credits to other car companies is disappearing, which is going to seriously hurt their bottom line. That means the only cash coming in is just from selling cars, and selling cars is getting harder. So they're having to slash prices, do 0% down loans, and are just selling fewer of them. So the business does not make a lot of sense. Again, it never really has all the time. However, maybe robotaxis, maybe Optimus. We both have heard those before, but there's something new. There's something new that's going to turn Tesla around. They just launched the Tesla Diner here in LA. Okay? And that is a famously high margin cash geyser business. You can sell burgers at a diner and make some real, that's a multi-trillion-dollar game changer. By the way, I'm going to go to this in IRL stream from there because I want to see it. Now, to be fair here, this is kind of a fun little idea you can charge and eat at a diner. But the amount of time spent talking about it was inordinately high given how it has absolutely zero impact on the business, except for the really cool epic bacon you can buy for $12. Now, this might get them back in the green. This might get them back in the green, dude. $12 epic bacon, 4 strips, might just turn this company around. Who cares about lost car sales when you're making these kind of margins on bacon? So I've got this graph here. Obviously, EVs was their past, and then it was robotaxi and FSD, and then it was solar energy. But now the big profit comes from cheeseburgers, baby. That is where the future of this business is, and that is why they're going to 12 trillion, bigger than Google, Apple, Facebook combined. Okay? I actually do fully believe in them. The other big earnings report today was from Google, which I think reported a little better. They beat estimates. However, they are still spending absolutely gargantuan amounts of money on AI. So their revenue was up 14%, which is awesome. But the profit wasn't there because they spent all of that and more on more data centers. So it's possible, man. I can't tell you what's going to happen here. They did say, I listened to the call. They said, what did they say? They said, like, he specifically mentioned that AI, you know that thing when you Google search something, you ask a question and it just AI generates a response, and so you don't even click anything? People were worried that AI summary would hurt link clicks because that's where all of Google's money comes from. All of their money comes from people clicking on ads, for Google. That's the vast majority of it. Actually, YouTube's pretty profitable now. So it turns out, according to them, they could be misrepresenting the facts here, but the AI summary is actually more profitable. People click more. Like it hasn't. Those pages, they're up 13% or whatever in terms of click through and sales. So I don't know, but they're at least indicating that the AI stuff has not hurt their bottom line. So that's where they're at. I mean, their earnings were better. I will say that. And I do want to say, when I talk about Google, I'm a little bit skeptical about their AI spend and the return on that. And I'm skeptical about how their core business will survive the growing dominance of like ChatGPT, people using that for search. However, I'm not skeptical at all about the dominance of YouTube. YouTube is crushing. Google is now printing money from YouTube. It is the most dominant media business out there. People that grew up with YouTube are using it all the time, even on their TV. It's killing Netflix. I mean, not killing Netflix, but it's crushing the numbers of Netflix and other streamers. So if it was its own business, I would actually invest in YouTube. But as part of Google, it's tough to say. It's tough to say. What about Twitch? Much less bullish on that. The iPod thing again? You mean if YouTube was broken out, it'd be bigger than Nike? That's not even a hot take. The AirPod thing was interesting. YouTube would be bigger than almost every other company. YouTube would be a top 20 company worldwide broken out. Easily. How does it have a CEO if it's not its own company? That's so normal. Twitch is a CEO and it's owned by Amazon. You can buy a company and give it a CEO. The CEO just runs that specific company. Do you think if the government separated Google and YouTube would be better? I do think that. Yeah. I do think that. I think if Google and YouTube were separated, YouTube would build a search competitor and Google would build a video competitor, and they would both have to innovate and improve and offer better deals. Maybe fewer ads, maybe better splits with content creators, whatever. There'd be competition, but there's not, so they can charge whatever they want. Anyway, those are the two updates I want to talk about. I mean, I think the Tesla stock was down after hours, like 5%, I guess. Not a major move. I'm not sure that, I don't know what'll happen. I mean, the market's very frothy right now, very bubbly. We're in peak. Retail trading is way up. People are buying zero DTEs all the time. I really don't know. Things have been green. So I can't imagine there's a major impact in the short term, but I will say that the stuff I said in that Tesla video holds true in that the long-term business here doesn't make sense as is. The valuation doesn't make sense. Again, it's a growth story that isn't growing. It's bad luck. That historically always ends in disaster, but maybe Elon's different. Bubble baths are good. Why are bubble markets bad? I never thought about that. I never thought about it like that, bro. That's actually such a fucking good take. That's actually such a good take. Discuss this. Think about this. There was a video that I wanted to watch because apparently I'm featured in it. On the Reddit, someone posted, Atrioc should react to this, not just because he's featured in it. It's called The Great Buyout. But my understanding is this video is about private equity buying YouTube channels. So just to be clear, I have been bought by Bain Capital. This stream has been wholly owned by private equity for over a year now. Okay? I'm an employee on the clock. And they paid me a multi-million-dollar payout. You think I want to talk about fucking Dan Clancyville? I've been forced to by Bain Capital.
If you spend long enough on YouTube, there's now a very good chance that a substantial share of your watch time is going to channels partially or fully owned by private equity. Major firms operating in this space have raised...
But the reason I say that is like, why am I mentioning this video? I haven't been bought by private equity. I didn't even know about this. So I'm interested in what context I'm going to be mentioning in this video.
billions of dollars collectively from companies like SoftBank, Amazon, Disney, Goldman Sachs, and Blackstone, and they are using that money to acquire YouTube channels as strategic investments. According to my own analytics, where YouTube lets me see what my audience watches, some of these names should be familiar to you. Task and Purpose, Veritasium, Donut Media, Simple History, Fern.
Veritasium's owned by private equity? Fern is owned by private equity?
Fireship, Economics Explained, Mentor, Pilot, Futurism, Astrum, The Drive, and History Hit have all publicly been acquired by private equity.
What?
Outside of the nerd corner of YouTube, some of the biggest names in the space, including Cocomelon, Colin and Samir, The Theorist, and Dude Perfect, have also, all partially or completely...
Dude Perfect is owned by private equity? No! They were the one I believed in! You're telling me they're doing these trick shots for money? It's not about the love of the game for them anymore? They're just clocking in? They've got a CEO, there's suits involved?
completely been acquired. These are also only the acquisitions that we know about because they chose to be upfront with their audience. There's no law requiring these deals to be publicly disclosed, and as you'll soon see, there are some really good reasons why they might want to keep it quiet. So why is this a problem? It's easy to say that private equity is just inherently bad, and to be fair, it's had some problems. But that shouldn't be enough by itself. Instead, what you should know is why private equity firms have suddenly become so interested in YouTube channels, and what this will likely mean for the future of the content that you...
Are you telling me I could get bought out? What's the price, Bain Capital? What's the price? What's the price, Blackstone? Give me... Every man's got his price.
watch. Big YouTube channels are really just businesses in the entertainment industry. Even completely independent creators still need to cover their own living expenses, and creating content does cost money. Film equipment, software...
It's crazy because I would have said prior to this, I think I've heard of this. I heard about this through, also not bought out, Jarvis, who told me there was people offering. Jarvis told me he got these crazy offers from like startups and stuff that were trying to do that. But I haven't heard of I guess my interest is why someone like a Dude Perfect or I don't think a Mr. Beast has done this, but someone that big, you already have such a cash geyser from the ads. Why would you don't need the upfront money. You lose ownership. I guess just to make a big cash out right now and be safe for the future, I guess. It's a bet.
Location shoots, perhaps a hired video editor, it all adds up. A lot of medium-sized creators barely scrape by, paying themselves fairly modestly. And in the interest of transparency, even this channel, which now has over 70,000 subscribers, has lost money most months since I started it. Anyway, all of this can be fixed with scale.
Not to go too into it, but this is not why. The real reason is probably my fucking... Well, I think it's a mix of column A, column B, right? Let's say a little bit of laziness. This is why I run a tight, lean ship, bro. I'm always scared of I should pay a bunch of money for big productions or whatever. Because the way I run my content and my employees and my team, it's impossible to wipe us out. We're cockroaches, bro. I could have 6 bad months. We haven't uploaded on the main channel in a long time. Everyone's still getting paid, bro. Everyone's still getting paid. All the editors for the main channel still get paid. So, and it's not stressing me out because everything is we've got it all. We just keep it lean. If I had a much bigger team or I had a sales guy this would be so much harder and I wouldn't be able to just fucking play Age of Empires. To be honest, for real. I think it gives me a lot of freedom and it keeps a lot of safety. And I'm very happy with it. Every time I talk to other YouTubers and I hear about they have assistants. Guys some YouTubers, Listen, I'm just saying, there's YouTubers that have fewer subscribers than me on Twitch, and fewer YouTubers on or fewer on YouTube that have like multiple assistants, 2 or 3. I have 0. Not Ludwig has way more than me. Ludwig Ludwig little broed me so hard. Slime was pocket watching me, asking how much money I make on YouTube. So I told him, and he was like, "Wow, that's a high number." And then he asked Ludwig, "How much do you think Atrioc makes?" Just leaking my shit, by the way, are they? And then Ludwig guessed the number that was double my number. And I was like, "What the fuck? You think I make that much? That's fucking crazy." He's like, "I don't know. That's crazy." He guessed such an absurd number. Anyway, so it's not all obviously, but I just people I talk to have such big staffs, and they, this is not a business that, first of all, I think runs forever, and then secondly, that you should be running. Like, this is like, if you do it right, the highest margin business around, dude. Like, you can sit in your room and talk and make money off that. The cost should be nothing. So when, not even me as an example, let's use Northern Lion. Northern Lion's costs are like 0. 0. It's the food to keep him alive. And he's printing cash. Northern Lion prints cash. So it's just funny to me that people found a way to make it money losing.
Creative brands grow, their revenue increases while their costs stay relatively stable. At a certain size, most of these channels can generate strong cash flows and predictable profits, which should make them desirable investable assets like any other business, right? Well, not exactly. These operations are incredibly risky, even by small to medium business standards. Most of them depend on a single platform for the majority of their revenue, and these platforms can ban, restrict, or moderate their content overnight, often with little to no explanation. Sunny V2 and about a dozen.
I mean, I think I have this less because I do like daily uploads for Big A. And when we were doing the main channel, we used to do daily. So it's like if one of them gets demonetized, it's like not the end of the world. But like, especially for the Atrioc main channel now, like if I do like the Tesla marketing video or whatever, and that gets demonetized, then we actually would have a tough time paying everybody. That would be tough. Because that was 3 editors working on that, and it's a big video, and it was the big project, and that, like, getting a video demonetized can really suck on YouTube. It can really wipe out all your work. I mean, yeah, that's those things I hear people complain about.
Copycat channels have built their entire career on saying that the algorithm stopped recommending their content, because it genuinely happens so often. On top of that, most of these businesses depend on a single personality to host the content, even if there's a larger team working behind the scenes. Human beings, especially those that share their lives online, can get burnt out, get embroiled in controversies, or just fall out of favor with an audience that outgrows them. Typically, the wealthy investors and lenders that give money to private equity firms for them to make their acquisitions would be scared away by these business fundamentals, but over the past 5 years, a few things have changed which kicked off the great buy-up. The first major change was that creators demonstrated their ability to scale their own brands to generate profits beyond sponsored segments, audience donations, and integrated platforms.
I would say, I mean, it's when all said and done, it's going to be crazy if Prime ends up losing money. Because I was looking into it, and their UK sales are way down after the hype is over. I haven't seen the American sales, but their UK sales are way down. And they put so much money into the marketing and the stunts and the branding that they didn't even get to earn profits on the hype period. So if they only were able to get buzz by spending a ton of money, and then when the money stops spending, they don't make any money, the whole thing ends up being a flop. It's going to be crazy, dude. I think they might have fucked it.
Some of these brands have been very successful, others not so much. Even if Beast Burger and Prime Energy completely implode, they were a test case that showed that real brands can be launched through clowns on the internet. If that initial success could be paired with a private equity team that actually knew how to run a business, theoretically, then there would be some real money to be made.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you fucking something, Wall Street. You fat cats up in your fucking ivory towers. None of you can sell $35 Enron hats better than me. Okay? Let me tell you that. There's heart and there's soul in this. There's a human spirit. You take a hat, you sell it at a high price. It's a real fucking business. It's farm to table. And there's no way they can fucking do it. People want hats, TF2.
Another big push that's come from the fact that legacy media, which is large, centralized, rigid, and needs to be broadly appealing, is losing out to millions of individual creators who are flexible, can make content specifically targeted to particular audiences without worrying about tarnishing the reputation of a gigantic media company. These companies now have to fight for advertiser dollars, which are being split over more mediums than ever. Now, this trend is nothing new. Google has been the largest advertising platform in the world for more than a decade now. But another threat these legacy businesses are facing is the competition for talent. A lot of people would rather operate their own YouTube channel over working on something like an old-school TV show. Investors in these companies are worried about these threats, and they're putting pressure on company leadership to do something about it. One of the central...
Bob Iger should become a YouTuber to save Disney. That's right, I said it. I want to see Bob Iger doing Mr. Beast style challenges on the Disney YouTube channel to try and win the kids back over. Okay? The last Pixar movie was a flop. Vlog Iger. Yeah, that would be great.
These threats, and they're putting pressure on company leadership to do something.
Hey guys, Bob here. That's awesome. Yeah, that'd be fucking awesome. I would love to see Bob Iger and yeah, give him a VTuber Mickey Mouse avatar. Do what they have to do.
Thing about it. One of the central focuses of Netflix Q1 memo to their investors was reassurance that they are not having any problems finding advertisers, and they presented a better opportunity to creators to make their show through them rather than produce it independently. Other legacy companies have started taking a simpler approach. If you can't beat them, buy them. Even if the business case is not that strong, a company like Disney giving a few $1 million to a private equity firm that specializes in acquiring YouTube channels lets their executives say that they are prepared for the threats that new media presents. Appeasing shareholders is often a lot more important to senior management than making genuinely good business decisions, especially when an investment of a few $1 million is actually quite cheap. Before around 2020, old school media companies were still going about this in their own old school.
It's actually not that crazy. If these channels are already selling, Disney just buying out a ton of them to have the, you know, if they bought out... Disney buying Mr. Beast is not crazy. It's actually not crazy at all. That's actually an interesting thing to own.
Way. They would invest in traditional companies that just happen to have a new media digital-first focus. Think of businesses like Vice, BuzzFeed, Mashable, and Vox. These brands would build their own IP and primarily rely on platforms like Facebook and YouTube to distribute it, but behind the scenes, they were still operated like traditional media companies, with a lot of staff, city offices, and all the expenses that come with them.
Yeah.
Which meant these were terrible businesses. They would burn cash, and they were much more expensive to acquire in the first place. Vice Media was once valued at over $5.5 billion. That's an unreasonable valuation for an organization that primarily distributed through a YouTube channel and a Facebook page.
Yeah.
These are pages that get similar monthly viewership to Atrioc's daily clips channel. Now, clearly these are not the same thing, but one...
Holy shit, that's the best fucking way I could have been mentioned. That's the best way I could... That's awesome. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's actually what I'm talking about. Dude, that's me eating fucking gummies and thinking I'm high. And I'm mogging fucking BuzzFeed. That's what I'm saying, dude. I sit in my room and I talk about it, and I don't have fucking 800 writers or staff or cameramen or office space you get the same, or even if you get less. The chance of me going broke off it or fucking up is so small because my costs are so low. I just keep them so crazy low. My hairline looking pretty up there. Well, this is 4 years ago, so it's worse now. Thanks for bringing it up.
One is obviously much cheaper to operate than the other, on top of being generally more advertiser friendly. The channel Modern MBA did a deep dive into these companies and their respective failures. He did a better job than I could ever do, so instead of retreading the same details, I
think what this guy's saying is that I'm worth $5.5 billion to the market, and Bain Capital, I will sell for that price. That's my number, 5.5 billion, and I will walk. And I think handshake deal, okay?
leave a link to that video if you're interested in that comedy of errors. But the point is, the legacy media companies that wanted to protect themselves against a wave of social media by throwing money at it needed a new solution. Instead of investing in companies to build...
But I'll say one more thing, because we're talking about my viewership. Listen, I think the Big A Clips channel has done incredibly well, and it's really awesome. And it's cool that people have had part of their routine, and it can be a source of news for people. But one thing I've noticed, and I've talked to other YouTubers about this, is my subscribers are shockingly low for my viewers. And I legitimately think people that watch Big A, like, just want to steal the stuff in it, but not subscribe. Like, they don't want... It's like they want to... I don't know. They just want it to be hidden. I swear to God, I feel like I have the lowest subscribe through rating. Like, I have... The daily viewership is, like, equal to the subscribers. Nobody uses Subbucks anymore. People say that, but then plenty of new channels have subscriber growth. But then I also can't lie. I don't subscribe to like almost any channels. Like I've been watching a lot of Hera. I'm not subscribed to him. I've been watching a lot of Gotham Chess. I'm not subscribed to him. Like, so I guess it's just a habit. You know, people just don't use it. It's like people just trust their algo. I should subscribe, and I will, I guess, now that I've said it out loud. But like, I can see why people don't use it. Yeah, people just homepage and algo now.
An online audience, they could just invest in private equity firms that would buy out people who already had an audience. And then there's the private equity industry itself. Over the past 20 years, the scale of private equity operations has increased from less than a measly $1 trillion to over $12 trillion today in America alone, according to Preqin, a data firm who are themselves owned by BlackRock. With this much money to manage, they've simply run out of normal businesses to acquire. New private equity managers who want to start their own funds are entering a very saturated market, and one of the best ways to differentiate themselves is to invest in businesses that...
You notice anything about this city? You look out at this fucking city, you notice anything? Shithole. No Chili's. No Chili's as far as the eye can see. You can look down here, no Chili's. Up here, no Chili's. Over here, no Chili's. It's a depressing city, bro. You could walk all over the streets and you'll see no Chili's. And you have to go to Jersey to go to fucking Chili's.
A saturated market, and one of the best ways to differentiate themselves is to invest in businesses that nobody else understands. According to public releases, the biggest firms in the YouTube space have collectively raised about $2 billion and borrowed an additional $2 billion on top of that. So it's still quite a small part of the overall private equity market, but that's still more than...
If I was private equity, I would buy all of these channels.
$2 billion.
I would buy the
borrowed
Skibbity toilet reacts. I would buy that's guaranteed cash printing, and you could do that forever because there's always going to be dumb kids. The Spider-Man Elsa slop. That's the Cocomelon, obviously, but I feel like you talked about it in the beginning, but it feels like the risk is so high buying a channel like Marcus Brownlee or something. Like, the they're so personality focused. If that person ever leaves or gets tired or stops putting in the effort they were putting in, the channel dies. Or Atrioc, you couldn't buy my channel because the second I got the payout, I'd be like, all right, well, I can take it easy. Like any video I feel really proud of, I have to stress about it. There's not a video I made that I'm proud of where it's like I did not, you know what I'm saying? You have to put a little work in. Yeah, you go myth. You do what myth did. You take the paycheck and you chill. You do whatever you want. So I just don't see the business case unless it was something so reproducible like this. Like this already is slop. Nobody making this is passionate about it. They're just feeding child slop to children. And that still prints money.
The biggest firms in the YouTube space have collectively raised about $2 billion and borrowed an additional $2 billion on top of that. So it's still quite a small part of the overall private equity market, but that's still more than enough money for it to become an increasingly large part of your home screen. Now, for the creators themselves, this is a perfectly understandable decision to make. Online fame can literally collapse at any second for any reason, so if they can sell part or all of their channel and secure that bag, I don't think anybody should begrudge them for doing it. But it will inevitably change their content slowly but surely over time. One of the things that made YouTube channels a viable investment in the first place was their low overheads. A team of 2 or 3 people with off-the-shelf equipment can produce content that would have taken a whole studio at legacy media companies. But when a channel is acquired by a private equity company, they become the overhead. The analysts, business development managers, strategists, and acquisition teams all need to be paid as well. This means that to maintain profitability, the channel needs to make more revenue, which means more videos, more questionable sponsorships, more products. The investors in these firms also want to see consistent and continuous growth, which means they need to play the YouTube game with low-risk videos that are guaranteed to do well with the algorithm, accompanied by hyper-optimized thumbnails. Ultimately, what this means for you is that the content you watch is going to become more generic and safe within the parameters of what will optimize retention.
Mojo? Wait, I'm sorry. As opposed to like the edgy, real, raw Watch Mojo of the past? Is there a drastic difference in Watch Mojo quality? It feels like it's always been slop.
Also works with a private equity business strategy called rolling up, where multiple acquired channels will share management resources with one another. So if one thing works well for one channel, it'll be rolled out amongst all the channels in a portfolio. Now, independent YouTubers are absolutely guilty of this as well. I've personally spent many late nights making minor adjustments to my thumbnails to help my videos do just a little bit better.
Yeah.
But without a bloated team that needs to be paid and investors that need to be kept happy.
Yeah, I just think you wouldn't do that. I've done that too. I used to be really notorious about that, where I would change the thumbnail like 50 times just to try and get it right because I was still learning how thumbnails worked on YouTube. And I just wouldn't do that if I was bought out, right? Because who cares? It's their money, not mine. I already got paid. I'll give you a video and a thumbnail at the time. You know what I'm saying? It just feels like...
Independent creators do have a little bit more leeway to take some creative risks from time to time. Rolling up and hyper-optimization is only going to accelerate a trend of every single piece of content on YouTube moving towards the same generic but effective formula. This is amplified by another problem that comes when the channel turns into an asset, which is that they typically want to move away from the focus on a single creator. For more than a decade, a channel like Veritasium has been focused on the host, Dr. Derek Muller. For a lot of regular viewers, Dr. Muller is Veritasium, but if you've been watching the channel recently, you'll notice that new hosts are slowly being introduced, so the whole operation isn't as singularly focused on one personality. The business case is that it cuts down on something called key man risk, which is where the entire operation depends on one single person to continue. Since Veritasium isn't actually Derek's business anymore, there's nothing to stop him restarting a new channel from scratch or just retiring, since presumably he made millions of dollars from the acquisition in the first place. For other channels, this is all...
I mean, I assume as part of the deal, he had to stay on for at least a certain number of years. There's no way they just gave him the money and said, you could just leave now. That would not happen. That's an absurd deal. But I assume after those years are up, yeah, he could just walk or start a different channel.
Already happened. If you search why I left blank in the YouTube search bar, there are endless videos from former personalities behind big channels talking about why they're suddenly showing up on a completely new channel. A common theme among most of them is that it wasn't their channel anymore. Most of these splits seem pretty amicable, often with the old channel commenting words of support under the video itself, but obviously this is still a real problem behind the scenes. After losing their host, a lot of these channels have suffered from reduced viewership, and people are
Yikes.
far less likely to directly support channels.
Wait, I'm sorry. This sounds like the ultimate scam. This sounds incredible. I can find some dumb private equity person. I could sell this fucking channel for millions of dollars. I could serve out whatever fucking contract I do, and then I just start Bigger A or something. All my viewers move over, and I fucking cashed out. Big B. That's actually just an unreal business. Please don't put this in a clip. That's my exit strategy, bro. That's an unreal fucking plan. Are you kidding me? With my daily viewership, I could fucking print some cash and then just keep my audience. Damn, that's not actually that crazy.
Through merch or paid memberships when they know it's really just a faceless.
When did Mogul Mel get bought out? Mogul Mel was bought out by Halliburton in 2022. And Ludwig was doing it just for Iraqi war money. Tyrese Halliburton, actually, he bought it out.
Investment firm on the other side of the transaction. As this industry matures, we're more likely to see more onerous, non-compete contracts from acquired channels and a continuation of a trend towards commercially viable, predictable, and safe content over the unique and creative content that made YouTube so compelling in the first place. Now, go and watch this video next to understand the real reason every sponsor you see on YouTube is kinda terrible. Oh, and make sure to subscribe so I can get
Interesting video. I liked it. Is that a new YouTuber? Or do I not know them?
so I can get acquired.
Micro, a new YouTuber probably trying to get acquired. Trying to get acquired by Rocket Money. I mean, trying to get acquired by private equity. That's funny. That's funny. There's a lot of these channels popping up. It's tough business to be in, though. I think they're doing pretty good, but a lot of like faceless, you know, it's like the Economics Explained model, where it's like stock footage, a title like The Broken Economy of Australia or something, you know, and then it's no host, no. I see a lot of these. I see like a million of these. That one was good. That was a good video. I'm not locking it, but do you think personality base is easier? I don't know. I don't think either one's easier or harder. It's just different. What's your greatest struggle at the moment? I struggle making progress on bigger long-term projects for my main YouTube channel. That's the thing I'm frustrated by. There's always something to do for the short term that it feels hard to like get the time to have 5 hours to work straight on a project that's not going to pay off for another month. That is the thing but it's not like I didn't do this in the past. I think part of it is we've been really excited about the pod, Doug and Aiden and the team there, and we want to put effort in. So I I do that, and then I do my daily reading, and then I do my daily basketball, and then I do my daily pull-ups. And then I've been grinding AoE. So that's been filling my grind. And then I just don't feel like I have time left after daily pull-ups. I know, dude. I'm up to 5. I'm up to 5. I'm up to 5, Yeti. I've been really fucking working on it. I've been really working on it. I got a pull-up bar. I've been doing daily. I gotta do push-ups too. I haven't been doing the push-ups. I've been only doing the pull-ups. I've been only doing the pull-ups, but I'm gonna do both, and that's the idea is to do the push-ups and the pull-ups. Yeah, Doug keeps talking about his strat, bro, and Doug's shredded, and we're the same age. It's like I got no excuse, bro. I gotta fucking pull-ups or chin-ups? Pull-ups. 5 pull-ups in a row. What's Doug's strat? Doug does like 100 push-ups, 100. No, he does like, I don't know, 3 sets of 25 push-ups and 10 pull-ups every day. I don't know what the exact fucking thing is. It's like a One Punch Man thing. That's the only thing he does. He runs. Yeah, he does cardio and then push-ups and pull-ups. And he does it every day or almost every day. And he's shredded, bro. He doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't lift weights. He just does that. And when he takes his shirt off, maybe he's also doing steroids. Maybe he does steroids. I don't know, but he's in good shape, bro. No, he has rest days. He doesn't do it every single day, but he's very consistent about it. But also part of it could be diet too. I think he probably eats better than me. Jack Conti, founder of Patreon, talked about how he has an assistant whose only job it is to make sure he allocates his time appropriately. He communicates what his Dude, me explaining to my time allocation assistant that I need another 16 hours for Age of Empires today. No, I mean, that's exactly the thing I'm talking about that I don't want. I don't want to spend my money on a fucking vanity assistant. I love having no debt and little overhead. I love it. It makes me feel good about my life to know that no matter what, even if I fucking stopped streaming, stop uploading for a long time, like it wouldn't hurt me or affect me, or I don't like the feeling of having to. I want to do it because I want to do it. I don't want to do it because I have to do it. That's the. Yeah, everybody like that, bro? I know. And that's why I'm doing it. But people who have the opportunity to do this sometimes don't. That's what's so crazy about it. People that have the chance to take this crazy, weird luck of being able to make content and then blow all that cash on something that is obviously hard to predict and, relatively short term. I don't know. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. It feels like this is a Like a flood damaged Lamborghini? No, I'm investing in that. What do you do with the extra cash eventually? I stockpile it in fucking gold and treasury bonds. Okay? That's what I do. I just fucking roll it over. I just stack my chips. Do you ever see? Okay, I'll explain. I'll explain really quickly. There's a video clip that explains my entire fucking philosophy. I saw it in a movie. In 2014. I think my last year of college or I just graduated. I saw this fucking movie and it has never left my mind. It's the John Goodman clip.
Get up $2.5 million. Any asshole in the world knows what.
Right. Is there like a little more context to it before this?
You get up $2.5 million.
All right, whatever. I'm just going to show it to you. This clip is... do you still trust your treasury bonds will get paid out? Bro, if treasury bonds stop paying out, we got bigger problems. We got bigger problems, bro. If fucking the U.S. government starts defaulting, when I'm not so worried about... Yeah, you want a bunker, you want ammo, you want food. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it's about lifestyle creep and stupid risks. Exactly. Insane crypto bets, gambling bets. Insane. I drive a fucking beat up Honda Fit. It's completely paid off. You know, I don't know. That's the only thing I would say. Is, man, that's a better way to live, I think. Okay. Well, I'm gonna play Age of Empires 2 now. Cause I want to. That's what I want to do. I'm not watching Smallville tonight, so if you're a Smallville frog, thank you for stopping in. I am going to do a 2-part back-to-back finale watch. We're at 2 episodes left. But that guy that asked about Smallville actually did make me want to watch it today. I'm going to watch it probably tomorrow. We'll do a 2-part finale. I think that's makes sense. 2-part finale. And now I'm going to do a little AoE, because I am on a goal here. I'm on a fucking mission. I have a dream. I have to put my hat. I need the fucking hat. I found it! Skull! I found it, okay? And I got my mojo back. By the way, I don't know if you know, but I was on a fucking losing streak. I was depressed. I called the best player in the world. He gave me therapy and coaching live a few days ago. Then I paid him $150 to play 10 games of Vikings on stream in a row. He went 9-1 against the best players in the world and sent me the replays. So I've been studying because I want to see how a pro player plays Vikings, because they're not picked very much outside of a few water maps. So I studied, I learned a few things that I'm just doing dead wrong, and I went on a winning streak. So now I'm almost back to 1,300, which is fucking my peak. 1,300 is my peak. How do I save the title? When I change it? How do I save it when I got it? Age of Empires 2. How close is that top 1,000? Oh, not that close, I think. I think I'm top 8,000, something like that. 1,200 is top 10,000. So 1,300, it gets exponential. Every game you'll shave off a few. Okay. So I need a skull song. And then I need to fucking queue up. What I learned from watching Hero play is he just has insane micro, so Atrioc should just do that. Dude, it is insane. His fucking micro is unreal. He just can serve, like, for me, if someone's about to attack me, I have to build so many defenses because it's the only way I can hold and survive. But he can build very few defenses because his units are used so effectively that he can save all his money and then tech up. You know, he can get like the really good shit. And that's a problem. I can't deal with that. Changes to Age of Empires 2. So he's buying the dip and you aren't. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it at all. Where's my sound? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Anyway, you can get your gambas in on the game. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm currently at what? I'm at 1261. I'm rank 9,008. My goal, my dream goal would be closer to like top 5,000, maybe top 2,500, maybe top 1,000. I can't believe I got top 1,000 Age of Empires 4. It feels impossible. This game is so hard. People at this level that I'm at are so good. It feels like every game is a fucking struggle. Everyone's got optimized strategies, good civilizations. They wall, they scout, they harass. All right, let's go. Let's fucking go. Give me a song. Eater of a song. Just an absolute... It goes dumb, bananas crazy. They were cooking in whatever Norse village came up with that. Get the sheep back. Get the sheep back. Okay, now here's one thing I learned. I have to plan out my walls ahead of time and really think about it. I have to think about my walls. It's not you can't just pussyfoot around when it comes to walls. As I am wont to do. You have to get a full wall in or people will fuck you. They will destroy you in your open season walls. Dude, I'm so much better at that. Oh my God. I'm actually improving at leaps and bounds. I'm improving by leaps and fucking bounds, bro. All right, we gotta go find this guy. Ba, 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 ba. Dude, see me playing Peak in a few hours of practice, bro. Just give me some time. Give me some time. All right, next two here. Oh! Oh! Oh, brother! Oh, brother! I almost got him. I almost got him. So I almost stole his sheep, bro, because you can kill them with your own thing once you've captured them. Okay. You're welcome and warm. Your voice is a storm. Welcome and one. The voice is a star. Okay, now we plan the walls. I'm thinking here, 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 and here, I guess. We'll just full wall. Yeah, we'll go 4 corners, baby. Neg, you're getting in the way of my thing. Okay. Whoa, that's a fast feudal. Okay, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous. I don't love how fast that feudal was. Makes me a wee bit nervous. Okay. Okay, I need a... I need to play it safe. Sorry, I'm just very focused. Oh, I need to get this. Fuck! Hold up. Calm down, calm down. I got it. Oh, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. Okay. Our wall's looking good. Slam one of these down. Slam one of these down. Everything's looking money. Everything's looking money, baby. We got our... Everything's looking money. I like how it's all... Look, now let's see what he's doing. Let's see what he's doing. He's got a stable. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna get 5 of these bad boys. You're gonna put this here. Finish that wall. And then I think we just boom, boom, like this. Boom, boom, boom. Give us a lot of living space. Oh, shit! It's fine. Don't panic. Don't overreact. Okay. Get this while we're doing this. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Stay the fuck away. And now? Uh-huh. Whew, a little bit stressed. That's fine. Just need more of this. Okay, he kind of... overbuilt. I'm not so worried. Yeah, wait, I need to... I just need... Oh. There it is. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Actually, fuck it. We'll do this. No! Oh, fuck me. God damn it, dude. I hate that fucking feature. Oh. That's so annoying. God damn it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Dude, actually, that's so stupid. I don't have enough gold. That's what I think. Uh-huh. That's what I need. I forgot something. I knew I forgot something. Fuck. I need 200 wood. I need it fucking bad. Come on! God damn it, dude. Fuck. I'm so low on fucking wood. God damn, dude. Fuck. Yes, finally. I have wood. I have enough wood. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, I need to make a fucking... Yes! Yes! Fucking yes, dude. What a fucking game. Yes! Did you see that fucking game? God damn, I spent macro? I turned into a fucking robot. God damn. God damn, that was sick. What was the win con? I was just way ahead economically. I killed like fucking 15, 20 vills when he was building that castle. He sent like every villager he had to try and get that castle up, and I was just gunning him down with arrows. And then when the castle came up, I just moved over here. It's like he can't get any wood. His entire wood line, I could just stand on the other side of it with archers. He doesn't have the army. I'm about to walk up here and pick off the gold. Like he just doesn't have it. He doesn't have like a way to get economy back in the game. And this is his last gold. The other one is, his nearest gold is here. I mean, I throw a castle down right here. It'll be tough. He was Imperial, but I was about to go Imperial once I got that market up. All his knights died to pikes. Yeah, he lost all his knights. I mean, this is just a big fucking army. He's got no army. He could have held maybe. It depends on how much money he has. But he's looking pretty dead. Can you replay the fight, Big A? I guess. Let's take a look. Yeah, that last fight. Oh, you can't see the ending of it. Look. Whew, that was a stressful game. That was a stressful fucking game, bro. A lot of micro. I mean, it was always horses versus archers, so it's tough for me because I have to constantly be running away. You gotta be like stop and starting. I think that was the best I've seen you play. Bro, every streamer will say this, but it's fucking true, dude. The difference between when you're talking and when you're not is night and day. Playing this game offline in the dark, my skill's even better than that. Playing it when you try to make even one stupid joke makes your whole fucking mental fall like 60%. Select all villagers sucked. I'm glad we bounced back from that. I just want to see that last fight, because that was like everything. Dude, look at this wall. No holes in it. A perfectly clean wall with no holes. I was ready for his horses? Oh my god. That was just good play. Attack? Didn't lose my whole army? Because of micro? I'm still down here, though. 2 vills. Oh, moved all the villagers. Wanted to kill myself. Thought it was over right there. But I hit Castle Age first. So I got a town center first. Attack. Put the pressure on. Put the heat on. Now I'm way up in vills because I got 2 TCs running. This micro, dude. This micro. Oh my god, that micro. What the hell are we talking about here? Didn't I lose this like a fucking idiot? So, not all good. Put the pressure on. Keep him in his TC. Look at this. Look at that. Oh my god, I should have watched that in slow-mo. I killed an onager with expos without losing it. I killed an onager with it. I split. You see the split? Wait, that was actually unreal, dude. The fact that I even didn't just pussy out and run away is big. I was like, I've seen Hera do this. I gotta try. Oh yeah, there was an onager last fight that almost ended me. I just want to see that. Let's get to the ending. So here's where I think I might be losing. He's pushing out. He's killing my fucking buildings. Although one thing I learned is when you build a forward building like this, it's actually fucking awesome because when you lose the fight, they just sit here and farm this building. It takes forever to kill. Who cares? If I had lost the fight, normally they'd be running at my fucking base. But instead, he's here killing this. Was building siblings actually a good thing? Yeah, I built these buildings forward so I can get the slow-moving siege weapons, and they can get here much quicker. If you build this at your base, they take forever to roll all the way over here. So you build it here, it just costs you some wood. It's not a big fucking deal. And then when they win, if they win a fight, they just spend their time killing it. You get another like 30 seconds before... Ah, run! Dude. This is crazy. This is crazy that these knights just don't run me the fuck over. Ah! 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 And then we get to the last fight. The pikeman was the fucking... That was the play. The pikeman, dude. Wait, slow this down. Dude, all his knights on the pikeman! Idiots! Oh, that's awesome. And now look at this. I'm just fucking killing villagers. Dude, look at this villager slaughter. Deadville, 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 Deadville. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, now he's down like 20 vills. I still don't get how you won. You took his base. I won. He quit. He resigned. It's not like he just chose to quit. But he quit because he just lost. He's down 25 villagers. So that means he's making a lot less money than me, and I have a bigger army. So how is he going to build an army bigger than mine with less money? That was just all the villagers. All right, I think that's. I can do one more. What elo? Fucking 1250, I think. Uno mas, uno mas. They should have just had each villager work twice as hard. Yeah, they should have really cracked the whip around there. 1279. 1279. I'm almost back. I should get to 1300 is my. If I get to 1300, then I feel like I've earned my way back because I feel like I'm a 1300 player, and then I have to somehow get better to go up from there. If no one resigns, what's the win con? I think it's like buildings, any building. I could be wrong. I've never seen someone not GG and resign when it's over on the ranked ladder. I've never seen someone actually play it out to the last fucking. All right, Arabia. Whew, this is tough. The deer fucks me up, dude. It's too hard to micro the deer. Oh, they fucking goofed it. You stupid son of a bitch. Is this a sponsored game? Dude. Fuck you. No. It's not a fucking sponsored game. No, I'm playing this for fun. God, I hate Zoomers, bro. This is like Clash of Clans. Is this a sponsored game? Why are you moving your strategy units in real time? 2 here. Thank you. Oh my god, I knew there was some missing. Well, welcome and warm. Yeah, I'm playing AoE 2 just to boost my viewership. Okay, what's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? The plan is simple. Boys. Gotta get... There it is. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, it didn't upgrade. Oh my god, it didn't... Wait, oh, what the fuck is this? Dude, what the fuck is this, bro? He's a fucking cheeser. Stupid son of a bitch. Wait a minute. He didn't get anything. I'm still not feudal! Dude, what the fuck? I'm still not feudal! Oh my god, did I fucking cancel it? Twice? Oh my god, that's so fucking lame. Oh, like, why? You should have to fucking press a, are you sure? Are you fucking sure that you want to cancel the most important upgrade? Oh, that's so fucking annoying. I would be so ahead right now. God, that's so annoying. Wow, that's such annoying. At least he's late to feudal. Damn, that's a fucking L. You know, I got militia rush. I didn't lose anything, so we're okay. I need to find his base. Dude, oh, you're not even scouting. Ugh. Okay. Dude, thank you. Fucking feudal. He's building skirmishers? A lot of skirmishers. Okay. He's building skirmishers. What kind of weird shit are you doing, bro? Cut him off. Pythagoras. Pythagoras, Pythagoras, Pythagoras. Pythagoras, Pythagoras, Pythagoras. Actually, you go. Okay. Dude, I fucking... Okay, one of these. Spicy stuff, bro. Spicy stuff. Okay. Beat me to castle? He beat me to castle. He beat me to castle. But barely. Survivable. What do I need? What do I need? 100 gold. 100 gold. 100 gold. Come on. I need 100 gold. I need 100 fucking gold. What the fuck's happening? These like knights? What are these fucking things? Dude, what the fuck? Oh, my wall is fucking cooked. It's like a fucking horse unit. I don't understand. Is it weak to pikemen or no? Oh my god. I completely misjudged this fucking unit. Oh, fuck! Oh. Dude, there's a castle there. There's a fucking castle there. Oh, that's... I looked away and there's a fucking castle. Oh, god damn it, dude. Fuck me. Dude. Dude, fuck me. All right, he got me. He got me. Fuck, dude. Ugh. That's tough. That's tough, bro. That's fucking tough. I think it's just the wall, bro. It put me on such a back foot. Oh, well, also the slow Dark Age didn't help. God, that actually sucked so much. I totally stopped his rush and I would have been so ahead, but instead I was fucking 5 minutes late to feudal. That actually sucked. No market hurt a lot too, yeah. Yeah, there's a few small things. But, dude, Archers vs. Eagles is a bad matchup? Yeah, I didn't know Eagles were so fucking good against Archers either. That was annoying. But with a wall, it's still fine, right? If it was horses, that'd be fine. Like, this is perfect. I held it off, and I should be feudal right now, but I'm just clicking up. Oh, my God. 11-minute click up. I should be feudal 2 minutes ago. I should be there, not just clicking up. Dude, I could have done so much. I would have had an archery range. I would have had fucking the thing. I would be pressuring. It would have been... Damn. Damn. All right, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. Oh. 07s, thank you. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. And I don't know what we'll do yet. I do want to play Peak with stands again. Maybe the whole crew, who's available. Okay, bye. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.